You know what I forgot to do? There you go, fixed. Oopsie. Hi everyone. Let me lower Spotify a bit. Bit more. There we go. Hi B, hi Badias. How you all doing? I hope you all had a wonderful start of your week. So far, at least. Where is Mayo? I'm scammed. It's not written Mayo Monday, it's written Fishing Mayo up here. Well, no, that's up here on my thing. Down here for you. It's not written Mayo Monday yet. We are going to switch to Mayo at some point, but look at this outfit. Have you ever seen this outfit? It's amazing. B's gonna murder me at this point. No, you. Hi, Kitty Eye. How you doing, Bean? And hi, Shibu. We are going to, surprisingly enough, fish today. And I clicked on one of the seats. They added seats to this to the galleon. I think there's 2 more seats. There's one just here on the border of the thing, and they added one to the tip of the thingy. I don't think they added one upstairs though. No, there's still only one. Don't think there's one here. No, there's not one on the top of the second mast. Yeah, yes, exactly, B. This new outfit that you probably never heard of is Nightshade by Ray Leonard Collection on booth.pm. Yes, you can go grab it. Is she still having the issue where it's sadly currently tagged as adult, I think? Which, yeah, was a bit annoying for me since I mostly use PayPal. But, but it is there. Yes, it exists. There's no reason for it to have the agile tag, by the way. It's just a simple swimsuit with you can remove the shirt and you can remove the short and just swimsuit. Yes, we are at the beach. There is water in the corner over there. YouTube, don't ban me. We are on a boat also, technically, which is on water. But yes, it is a very lovely outfit. I do enjoy it. You should all check it out totally. Well, I'm not paid in any shape or form, by the way. Hey, nice. It's not tagged as adult anymore. They fixed it. It's, like I said, it's not an adult outfit. It's just a simple bikini. I think Jan was trying to explain what they thought was maybe the issue during B's stream, but I kinda got lost in the explanation. Hi, Roddy. Hi, Siri. It's so hot. It is so hot outside. I'm considering switching to desktop, maybe, after a bit. For now, we're gonna fish. And hopefully my PSC audio is not being scuffed. We're gonna see. I'm getting close to the... I think the audio is fine. Like that we can fish. I have been joined by a badass with an amazing outfit on them. It's from a creator you might not have. I'm kidding. Every 5 seconds. If it was peaks, tags, text, or whatever. Yeah, I think I even heard that might have been the nails posing issues. And I was like, what the fuck? Nails would put your thing as an agile tag? It's kind of stupid. Yeah, look at them. Look at them. Look at them. They have such an amazing outfit. Should go check it out. It's called Nightshade by Ray Leonard Collection on booth.pm. Yep. What do you mean this exact outfit I'm also wearing currently? How you doing, Banyas? Wow. Doing good. Wah. Hi, animator. Hope you're doing good. Piglet. Adorable bean. Also, happy birthday, B. And happy birthday, Badias, too, yeah. B. Dot. Love you, B. Yeah, no, be at their birthday on Saturday. I'm just teasing them because I saw the birthday stream and I thought that the birthday stream, because my brain just was too busy at the time when I saw the post on Twitter, thought that the birthday stream would be on the birthday, not 3 days of birthday stream ending on the birthday. So yeah, my brain was kind of like, oh yeah, we're raiding B for their birthday stream. We wish them happy birthday. What do you mean it's not their birthday? God damn it. As for bad, yes, I blame Yarn. That's the goof that said that Badias had their birthday recently. But also go wish them a happy birthday anyway, even though it's not their birthday. Just the evil streams. Yes, my brain did not take into consideration the plurality of the words, you know. It just read birthday and stream and was like, yeah, birthday stream, so meaning it's the birthday on their birthday stream. And it could be their birthday, like, affiliate thingy, you know, like, it could have been. It could have been. It wasn't, strangely enough. It's almost like B had written everything that was needed on that post and my brain didn't read half of it. But you know. I hope you had an amazing weekend. I'm sorry for not being able to catch you more there. But between my event and being way too fucking tired, I didn't have the energy to join too much. I already am happy because I did manage to catch you at least for your birthday celebration at the start of it. I'm not sure if it's faster to fail catch to catching the fish. It is faster. I need to make make a timer for it, but most of the things do take longer to catch than to fail, which is a bit annoying to me because it's like, if you don't perfect catch, you're not gonna catch it faster than you would lose it. So I might as well just lose it. My goal is just to get the scales. I don't care about anything else. When we're on the levee, at least. Outside of the levee, I will be fishing the entire time, but fishing a fish has a high likelihood of making me lose time that I could be spending re-rolling for a scale. I need to do some actual just small work with numbers and see if that's the case fully or not. And like if there is some fish where it's faster to catch them, which ones, like which rarities. But I wouldn't be surprised if it would be more like maybe the blues and probably the whites and well, obviously the trash items, but eh. Seeing how they work, I don't know if they will. I feel like they prefer doing massive update instead of dropping one update every weeks and having to fix the bug with those. For now, I'm hoping they're trying to fix the bugs that have been mentioned already. And hopefully that will have a bunch of things fixed. I see. Mama. Welcome back to the land of the Vrchat. Must steal your scale. Wow. Well, you better go faster because we're almost out. The fish is almost dead. This scale you were trying to steal? But yeah, no, like I think people have been too how to say, too used to simple fishing, just getting constant fucking updates, mostly because there's a ton of seasonal stuff. Why did I catch this one? There's a bunch of seasonal stuff that you can use for events and for updates, and so they would update relatively often their world. Meanwhile, this if they're thinking more game-wise, making big updates every few months is probably better than actually just doing small updates. Even more because they need to optimize things, because they need to be able to fit everything in. Because from what I remember, currently this world is 147 megabytes in size. So they need to optimize things to be able to add even more. But yeah, for me there's clearly not enough to get to level 1000 in terms of progression. Like, yeah, sure, people are going to get to 1000, but for now I feel like it's more like people get to maybe above 500, maybe 600, 700 in terms of content. And yeah, we're still missing the last 300 of progressions. Which will I want more expertise in strength and less luck. More bubbers and lines. Yeah, I want more attraction rate. I want a bubber or a line that removes locks and give you more attraction rate than what we have currently. Not a single red. I did get one scale, but yeah. The Bonu. Oh yeah, Mara. I would be moving, but since they're coming here, I'm not gonna move the boat for now. You can make the rod you want. Yeah. And people wouldn't stop using the exact same rod the entire time. Because that was my issue, is you just look at... Currently, it's people with Levy rods and either the Midas line or the alien line, and that's it. Benui. Hmm. 700 is just stupid. And 700 luck, yeah. I mean, it does help. And when you do actually pop a luck potion and you have Moonrain, you do catch secret fish relatively way too easily. But yeah, would be better to have like some changes, some different bubbers. Currently, it's not really working. There is a Mara here. Can I? Change the luck formula, but they ain't gonna do that. Yeah, no. I mean, the problem is if they change the luck formula, it's just gonna be like, oh yeah, we just moved it to higher lucks, meaning that the soft max will be 700, and people will be like, yeah, well, basically you made the 1000 rod and the 500 rod useless because now you need to be at 700 to have the soft limit. Wow. I want them to add more stuff, like for progression sake, obviously, and more like variation for stuff. The issue is I don't know how much they can add because just with these updates, the Android, the like the special Android version of the release, like the export world that they did, which is 150 megabytes limit instead of the usual 100, is already filled up. It's already 147 megabytes. So unless they do massive, like, optimization on a bunch of things, I don't know how they're gonna add even more. But I guess we'll see because, yeah. Question of how much are they willing to spend optimizing everything, because that's gonna take a bit. And they also need to fix all of the bugs, which is also gonna take them a while. I wouldn't be surprised if we need to wait another 6 months for the next update. Hmm? What did you say? No, what are you saying? Because your message is in Mara's head. You got some sardine. Yeah, oh yeah, I did see that picture on... they literally have sardines in their mouth. Look at them. They have sardines. Piglet. Also, I think I'm gonna move us to the Crescent Isle because I want to go fish there for reasons. I'm hoping to catch something at Crescent Isle. So yes, I'm gonna try to drive slowly to not make everyone fall off. And by slowly, I mean, yeah, the speed is fine. Did not lose anyone. Yay. Okay. Changing the luck formula would pose issues, I'm guessing. That's like massive issues. People would start complaining about some changes like that. Oink. There we go, we landed. Don't question the boat in the wall. We're gonna continue fishing. I hope I didn't make anyone fly. I think we're good. Where's Mara? Ah, damn it. I think I made Mara fly. That was not intended. I'm sorry. We lost Bonoy. I feel bad. But yes, I'm sorry. I launched Mara apparently. I don't know how they got launched though, because I aimed properly for the buildings. Shouldn't have launched. But yeah, we're gonna fish here because I have a fish here that I do need. He wasn't seated. Ah yeah, when I took the building. Oh, I forget that. I always forget that. Wow. I have the tendency to go through walls. Even more when I want to park my boat. Hi, Cairo. Cairo. I haven't gotten... I have gotten scuds unlocked 3 times in a row. Am I cursed? No, you're very lucky. You can get 4,000 luck on your rod. It's very useful, believe me. Sorry, Mara. I wasn't intending to launch you. You're sad. Double Benoy. Hi, Sasha. I mean, I park my boats. How I park my boats. Usually through buildings. Yep, 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 yep. Yep, 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 yep. Hi, Beats. Hi, Fats. Sasha doesn't know what to do. Fish. I'm joking. Fishing is one thing that you could do technically. See, such a good snack. Hi, Bits. Oh, lobster. Just woke up. Wake up faster, Sasha. Highlight. Sasha, thank you. Thank you for gifting us up to light. Wah, wah, wah. You cute bin. Wah. It's Monday. It do be Monday. Hope you enjoy the emotes, night. I do need to look into more emotes. Issue is it's pricey and yeah. I need to see if Rally is available. If I want to keep the same design at least. Kind of. Okay. We're gonna start talking about the week, which, well, there's not much to talk about. It's the same schedule as the last 3 weeks, so Vrchat, Dave, the diver, then we do Foundry, then Dark Tide, and then we finish with Helldiver, which sadly doesn't have the warp on this week. It's next week. But yeah, now for Day of the Diver, well, it's just gonna be based on what quest we have, obviously, the gameplay, so I'm gonna try to fish, like to dive and go do some fishing, but I also need to go do some fishing with the fishing rod in the diver. I want to catch more of the fish I don't have. But even my friend are on orange status 24/7. Oh, I can't believe bits. Can't believe. Imagine people in orange status on Vrchat. Hi, Pop. I'm complaining about it because it is my life and I have nothing else to ever do, and I'm scared to request on them. Yeah, no, the request button is scary because, you know, sometimes you don't get replies. It's very scary. Oh wait. Might mean that they're not available if they don't reply. Can't be orange if never on VRC. Oh, that's a good point, Siri. Maybe all the time don't get anything. Yeah, means that people are busy. If I don't get a reply, I just assume they're sleeping to be honest. Yeah, I mean, yeah, many people on Vrchat might be doing that when they're not replying. Just eep. I don't want to hang out, so I don't request. Yeah, yeah. Just be like Pop. Don't request because you just want to chill. And people talking next to you and wanting you to reply are not gonna make you chill. They're gonna make you have to talk and think about things instead of just chilling. Red goes hard. Yeah, red goes hard. People should use red more. Yeah, no. I honestly like orange, red or stuff. I'm trying to be more on green these days, but it's just sometimes, you know, you have that feeling where you just want to be alone. Maybe watching a video, you want to be fishing, and you just end up not letting anyone join because you like don't want to have to think on two things at once. No, three things at once technically, because we would be talking to someone, having to think about that discussion, fishing, focusing on trying to get the fish correctly, and watching a video at the same time. My brain is not that young that it needs to have 50 screens open at once with different things on them for me to maybe manage to focus on one. No. No, it's not. I already have issues focusing on fishing sometimes when I'm watching on video, so... No, my friend with them... I'm friend with them, they're obligated to give time and attention. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a duty. When you friend someone on Vrchat, you have a duty to them to spend time with them every single day if they want. And if you don't do that, then you're not a true friend. I'm sorry, that's not called being a friend. That's called being a couple at this point. Uh, if you're trying to spend all your time with one person. And if you don't, you're an emotional manipulator and you can explode. I can explode. Guys, I have a new super ability. I can explode. Rejection sensitivity dysphoria. Is it that you more of my friend when I'm on orange than when I'm on green? Same bits, same. I've had times where I was on green for hours and I got literally no one joining. The moment I go orange, I get 2 requests. And I'm like, so are you having a problem with me being on orange or do you want me being on orange? It's confusing and it's annoying sometimes too because it's like everyone actually comments about this needs to hop off Vrchat for a bit and go touch grass. But there's Gibby on Vrchat. You can headpat the Gibby and then you touch grass. So don't need to go outside of here anymore. Thanks to Gibby. I ran and saw the exploding birds for the first time. But no. Like, people do whatever the fuck they want with their status. If they want to be on orange, not available, that's their choice. If they want to be on red, unavailable, that's their choice. And if they're stupid enough to be on green 24/7, I guess they're extrovert at this point, because I would not be able to survive on green 24/7. I need my time for just being comfy. Are we Monday? Yes, we are Monday. We are supposed to be Mayo Monday. I know I'm not in my Mayo. I already told B about it because I got to do something. E. Do a thing. Hi, Dante. Back in 2 hours. Okay. Take care. See you soon. So following to a yellow name you haven't seen in like 3 years and you got to try and find out who each other Nah, I have more issues with that. I do prefer having only people I know, if possible, in my friend list, because it's a friend list, I'm sorry, it's not an acquaintance list normally. But I still do have some acquaintance in my friend list. Thankfully, we have an unwritten rule in between ourselves of not talking to each other, well, not requesting on each other's at all. What did I click on? I moved something on my screen. Oh, yeah, fine, it's in the middle. On my OBS screen. My friendly set to balloon after being in the lab. Yeah. Wah. You seen a Diglett, but Diglett is going to be gone for 2 hours. Part of the game you had to play. Fee. Fee. But yeah, no, it's like, it's nice to see a friend you haven't seen in a while, honestly. And I would love to see my friends more often, but I know it's not possible. I want a green status where I appear as orange to people on orange status. That would be amazing. That would be actually amazing. Just seeing someone I haven't seen in a while is like almost everyone I know at this point. Wow. No, you've seen me like last week. That doesn't count. The cute sash. Yes, I can pet the cute sash. Wow, 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 wow. Cute sash, indeed. Hmm. Wow, 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 wow. Hi, Dante. We are joined by the adorable Dante. Wow, 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 wow. How you doing, Dante? Doing good. I'm doing good too. Can I be on green? The select people I don't want to join me. I think that's called on Oyasumi app on Steam. You install that, you go on orange, and you just set up the Oyasumi to just let some people join you. And then you just need to not reply to the other requests. That's one way to do it. Dante is such a good boy. Oh yeah, that's also the method. You're correct, Bits. Just go on green, but stay only in invite plus instances. So you're always on private even though you're on green. People still need to request on you. Wearing his #1 Hayasumi fan shirt. Yeah, Bits is too much of a fan. Just have sleep mode perma-active. Yeah. But the sleep mode is only for the wish list, the whitelist. So it doesn't do anything else than the whitelist. But yeah, that would be a method to do that. And maybe for the people like that are I don't know if you can do a thing where it's like it refuse the other and send a message, and the message would be like I'm sleeping like all the time for the people that are trying to request even though you're not sleeping, but yeah, then you just set up a message for the people who don't want to join something stupid of the sort of I'm sleeping sent with Oyasumi. Something that they understand that it was an automated message. You didn't choose to refuse them. It was just an automated message. Though, reminds me that if you're doing that, you sadly need to pay for VSC Plus for one reason. Because if one of those people has VSCX and you're using, like you're switching avatar, well, now technically you could do the opposite. You could not do that. If you switch avatar and someone comes up and you're like, but you're not sleeping, you switched avatar, you can tell them to fuck off and to stop stalking you. Uh, but yes, yeah, no, like, yeah, like it, yeah, no, if they do, you just tell them to stop stalking you, and you're good. But yeah, no, like, ah, red flags are red flag. Yes. You see a lovely Dante? Yes, we have a lovely Dante. They're very cute, they're very adorable, they're very purple. And as we all know, the purples are very wonderful beans on Twitch and in Vrchat. Mm. Ah. Mwah. Oh, God. Wah, 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 wah. Just gonna set up myself here. Not perfect, but people can be seen on the camera now. And to see the stupid names my friend gave my avatar. Yeah, I had one where it was literally, what the fuck are you looking at? Or something like that. And I directly, like, when I switched to it, I had 2 people message me being like, I see what you did there. Exactly, Bits. That's the only reason to have VRCX in my opinion. Well, no, there's another reason, but it's very rare that it's useful, is for when the VSC connectivity is completely fucked and you can't see your friends online. Sometimes VRCX still works properly next to that. But yeah, no, outside of that, I don't think any of the... Well, I would have said mutuals, but now it's a thing even on Vrchat. You can just look at the mutuals if they haven't hidden it. So, yes. Umixen is one of my friends' avatar name. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, I haven't been very creative since I got VRC Plus because I was like, I did the thing that makes it so people can't see you change avatar anymore on the VRCX. Because I didn't want people to even try to. But yeah, like VRCX for the stats, heavier naming, local world favs, and in general just not needing to use the website for anything. You do need, I think, for the groups, sadly. You can't change stuff from the groups. So you do still need to pass by the website. Also, I think imposter, you do need to pass by the website if you want to delete an imposter because it's badly set up. I didn't even look if the imposter got right on my avatar. Because I noticed on one of another avatar where the outfit was gone, the body under the outfit was gone, so it was fine. It was not posing issues, but it looked way too fucking scuffed as an imposter, so I had to delete that one. But yeah, no. Outside of for the imposter and groups, yeah, VS6 is more practical. Imposter on VS6 is just one click. Oh, they did add that. Nice. I might need to pass less by the website even. Go all on Twitter and I'm like, oh, I wanna check that out. So going to VS6 and quick 5 that. Yeah, also that is a very good thing. You don't need to pass by the website. You don't need to hop on via. That's why I usually have the name, like name and author on my post for the VRChat worlds that I visit, plus the link. Because I know that some people are not gonna want to click on the link, they're just gonna grab the name and then go search themselves. Or they could also just grab the ID from the link. Like you just copy the link and then you just paste the link and you remove the start of the URL because that's the end of the URL is the ID of the world. Unless Call of Doom is... VRCX is just much better design. Yeah, VRCX is nice. I really wish they... Like... I wish VRChat would spend time setting up something that is an app where you can see friends and stuff. Basically a launcher, but more complicated. So it would be the exact same as VRCX, but implemented for VRChat. So people would complain that it's oh, it's stolen IDs from VRCX and etc. Even though it would make everything simpler. Which does favorited world get deleted because if unlisted, you can still see it, and if deleted, you can grab the ID and search it and probably figure it out. Yeah. Yeah, because my biggest issue is we still don't have a way to either favorite a world creator or hide creation of a world creator. I would love those two options to be added. You know, like put Lavriyu on my favs so I know every time they post a new world, and put all AI slub creators into the I don't want to see their shit. Like it wouldn't block the person, it wouldn't hide their avatar when they're in an instance, it would just hide their worlds from the world search or the world new and noteworthy. You wouldn't see those worlds anymore. You just would see the world of obviously your favs and all random people that you haven't either put on the fav list or the hidden list. I've had people try to call me a freak for using Vrchat to actually unmute and yell at them, never brought it up again. I think it's because there's a very bad, like, people see it in a very bad way because of stalkers using it to get infos that they shouldn't need to get about people. And so people think that when you have VSX, it's automatically that you're gonna stalk people. No, no. I use it literally every day to grab the name of the worlds and links to the world when I post on Twitter. I don't need to open Vrchat, go to the world again, copy the link, and also go to the website to copy the name because that would be the only way for me to copy the name of the worlds, either that or typing it by hand, which I can't do when it's Japanese or Chinese symbols. So yeah, VSCX is way too helpful to me as a tool for world exploration posts on Twitter and Blue Sky. Only way to rename avatar without going to Unity. Unity that takes me sometimes 10 minutes to launch, yes, indeed. It is very nice when you can just not have to launch Unity, which is sometimes depending on, like, I feel like it's depending on the SDK update sometimes that it gets slower suddenly. And, and it's just a pain. I think I also need to clean up some of my scene. By cleaning up, I mean separate, because I had one scene with all of my different outfits in one scene, but I think I should probably separate, like, because I did make some files, like, just I filtered the things, the outfit in different things, like summer and stuff. I should probably take those and put them on separate scenes directly, so I don't load the entire list of outfits the entire time. That probably helps a bit on the load. Issue is that sometimes I'm working on multiple different folders. Unity, my beloved, yeah. The small features from VSX that I like that is a bit stupid is the mutual ball thingy, where it shows you your mutuals in a graphic where you can see the links between all of the people that you know and who they know. Obviously, it doesn't work with people that have decided to hide that information on VRChat, thankfully, because that's their choice. The thing is, I don't know if it's the opposite where they can't see. I think they can see the mutuals from others then if they deactivate their mutuals. But yeah. Carnage was properly implemented into this. I completely skipped that. Yeah. Turn it back on. Yeah, no, I don't I don't want to force people to have it on because it is something that some people disagree is a good idea, some people think is a good idea, and it's hard to say. There is good reason to have it active because when you get a friend request from someone you don't know and you see like all a bunch of people from a group that you usually go to, you can imagine that it might be there that you met them, so you can either ask those people about that person or accept them because you're a bit too crazy and accepting random people that you don't know directly. Um, but yeah, no, do go ask people before adding people because it's better to be sure that you do actually have met this person or you might meet this person somewhere instead of just adding random people. It got me is good enough. Yes, mutual group can be enough. Can. Sometimes they can't because some group do accept way too many people that don't actually go to the events. Yeah, no, that too. But I wouldn't skip that conversation. I would just be like, why do I have them as friends? Well, it could be multiple things. It can be I decided to add them because they were friendly to me and they were nice to me, and I haven't had any issue with them since. Um, I added them because they were friend of a friends and they were in an instance of theirs, and I needed to be friended with them to be able to join the instance, to see a friend. It could be that I added them because they were friends of friends and they looked like a nice person to talk to, and I never talked to them since then. Or it could be that they're just my friend too. That's also possible. And if they go like, oh, you know, they did horrible things, I will be like, yeah, and any proof of that? Do I need to read the Google Ducky for that? Do I need to listen to you and remove all people that might have done something bad in the past that I don't know if they had actually did, and that they never been judged in a fucking court room as guilty? Or do I need to just enjoy my time on Vrchat with friends? Yeah, they do because you're cute, Chucky. How dare you? Ban, block. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, exactly. You don't get to determine who I'm friend with. You shouldn't be policing people, friends. Like, yes, you can complain about people that did horrible things to your friends. And if they want to listen, they are more than welcome to, but they have the literal rights, and even I would say duty, to decide on their fucking own if they should or shouldn't be friends with that person that you complain to them about. And you, too. You shouldn't tell them, no, you should remove them. I remove you. Because if you do that, I'm removing you myself. And if that other person also did something horrible and you're telling me to remove them, I might remove both of you. And just be like, okay, I'm getting rid of the problem. Remove you both. There you go. Fixed. I don't have any issues anymore. Hello there. Hi, Freya. It's the adorable and lovely Freya. I hope you're doing good. Survive 5 years without mutual, I don't need it. And yeah, no, like, I'm not saying it's needed. I'm just saying it's a nice addition for just checking when you get random invites. Well, mostly random invites, and you discover that it might be just because they were at an event with you. But outside of that, yeah. Oh, we're getting the Nigel now. Um, Squish the Freya. Yeah, I had a friend a while back asked me to unfriend one of my friends that screwed them over. I straight up told them that I wasn't my problem and they needed to figure it out. Yeah, no. Like removing someone because they might have done something bad without any fucking proof just because someone asks you to is stupid. Don't tell people who and like who they shouldn't be friends with. That's the exact same thing as trying to cancel people. It is stupid and it just shouldn't be done. Like there is there is a system, you know, like if someone did something actually bad, that's called calling the cops and making that person be judged for their crimes. And if they don't get judged as guilty, then they didn't do anything wrong. And also, as long as they haven't been judged in a court, they also counted as not guilty until then. Until they, until the judge has said, yeah, no, they're guilty. Until that point, and only if they are judged guilty, they are not guilty. That's simple as that. Imagine if people acted like adults, that's too complicated. Look at that cute Freya in chat. Mama. No, you. No, you. You're the cute and adorable Freya. Acting like adult is a complicated thing. I don't do it sometimes. At least I don't try to tell others how to act. Which is probably better than a good amount of people on Vrchat. And in social medias. I'm still a kid. Yeah, they're an adorable 18 plus kid. we're gonna make sure that Twitch doesn't think that they're not old enough for Twitch. They're an 18 plus kid. Yeah, they're fine. Twitch don't ban us. I swear to you, 95% of drama in Vrchat is only because people don't know how to talk to each other. Yeah, it's because 95% of people hear someone say that. Yes, hearsay, you know. The funny meme, thanks to the Johnny Depp case. Hearsay. Hearsay. I know it's not supposed to be a meme, it's just something that's being said in a courtroom. That's normal. But yeah, people just do hearsay every fucking 5 minutes and people are like, oh yeah, someone said that you did something bad, I'm gonna remove you. And you're like, someone said, yeah, someone told me that you're a Nazi and I should block you. Who said that? Well, I don't know, but someone said it. And since I said it, that someone said it, then it definitely must be true, right? There's no logic behind it. There's just fucking hearsay, literally. That's the first thing you should do. If someone tells you that friend did something bad, go check with them, try to see what they say, and then make a choice yourself. They might be both fucking lying, they might be both saying the truth, but someone is saying it in a way where it makes it look bad and the other is just saying it to make it look good. It's always hard, and the best option is always to give up when it has nothing concerning you directly. If it concerns you, yeah, maybe try to understand what's happening, obviously. because it's annoying to not know why people are being idiots on Vrchat. And if you don't understand why they're being idiot, then don't fucking care and just live your life and be happy. Let's solve my problem with you. I'm just gonna ride this dog and expose you for being a not so bad person. Yes, exactly. A massive Google ducky. We love them Google duckies. Someone's saying something about someone else. I usually don't even care enough to look deeper into it. It usually isn't my own problem, so no use for me to be nosy about it. Yeah. I did that mistake once of just listening to someone and trying to warn people about something that I heard about them, which did backfire on me partially, not really. Like no, not really. Basically, that person that might have done potentially bad things, and technically yes, there was bad things. It wasn't just hearsay, by the way. They blocked me, which I don't fucking care. But yeah, that's the only time where I feel like I did something not really good, but in the end, technically, it still counts as good because they, like, I'm gonna say it without saying who it is, but they were doing art that looked way too fucking young. And not safe for work art that looked way too fucking young. That's all it was. And yes, honestly, like, I don't, well, to be fair, I don't feel bad about it, warning people about it. Because, yeah. I do understand lollies, like 18 plus lollies. I know people that have that, like, you know, that I don't know if it's, well, no, it's, I wouldn't say it's a sickness or illness, it's just that they do exist, the people that are small or petite. So I do feel like it's stupid that people are automatically like being like, yeah, lolly don't exist. It's just automatically bad art, criminal art. But yes, that case it looked way too fucking bad. And yeah, the reason why I did warn people is because there was someone very close to me that were spending time with them, and I did feel like it was a bad thing. But yeah. Hi, Nigel. You have that new outfit by the Nightshade outfit by Ray Leonard collection on booth.pm. It's an amazing outfit. Go check it out. No, we are not paid.
We are not sponsored, but we do it.
Yeah, we do support. Yeah, we do support the bin. Halo. Yeah, I see the halo. Yeah, I see the halo. I see
no, not just the
halo. Me and halos. Yeah, the ears. You switch the ears. My ears. They're a bit wobbly.
Just without the animations, because I may have fucked something up.
Yeah, no, it's a bit annoying to set up animation for the ears. You might have to take a long while to just reset up. Imagine having different outfit.
No, it's
It's by Tribon, right?
No,
this one? I'm not sure. Because it looks like Tribon, but it might be Beckenzie, maybe? Tell us so I can chill out to them too. But you know, how's the adorable Nigel doing?
Took a little bit longer in the kitchen.
What did you know, Mom? Maison d'Arc. Oh, Maison d'Arc. They posted a new swimsuit too recently. Sadly, it was a bit pricey, so I did not grab it yet. It looks very nice, the new swimsuit. But yeah, they do make some nice outfits. I would say they are a bit on the pricey side, sadly. But I do understand why. might just be where they're set up that requires them to make more money to be able to live from making outfits.
Yeah.
Stuck in default. Yeah, but it's cute because we see that outfit, Sasha, and we automatically think of you. No, ours is Ray Leonard collection, Nightshade. Ray Leonard collection on the booth.pm. But no, I have an outfit by Tribon that's similar to this a bit, design-wise. Even the art, like this art, they use the kind of similar font. That one day I changed my AV. It's trophy of. Oh yeah, no, definitely. Like I had. Well, I'm keeping. If you keep the same like design, like same hair color, same kind of vibes on the avatar, people are going to recognize you. They're gonna be surprised that you changed base. But if you do it too well, this one's Triban. Yeah, you say. You see what I meant. It's close in design. But yeah. I know that, for example, Shira has done so many different bays, or Pop has made so many different bays, but you still recognize that it's them. Though technically for Pop, that's also kind of cheating because they're always using the same. Well, not always. Most of the time using the same hair for the different bases, which helps making it look very similar on all. Time to find new Karin outfit. Ivan. Dante has good plushie. Dante's adorable. Yeah, Dante, you can recognize them just by being adorable and purple and having their plushie on their head all the time. Nigel, you can recognize them as being a goof with black and green and microplastics. And Luna, you can recognize her because she's cute. I still have that sticker.
Oh no. I made big oopsies.
Oh. Good.
I broke my POV and third person. The sprout camera.
Yeah.
Broke the setup on it.
Well, you might have to go like me then. Just normal camera, no sprout.
You know what? I blame Siri.
Yeah, blame Siri. Siri's coming to bite your knees. What you all planning for this week?
I'm going back to Final Fantasy 14.
Hey. Doing
content.
The story, the main story.
Relic weapon and no, I think there's new stories. Not sure, but continuing the relic weapon grind. And also helping helping a friend who's going through Final Fantasy 14. I think they're at the patch quests within Final Fantasy before Heaven's Word.
Sleeping till the 12th. Got a lot of editing to do today. Vin's gonna sleep until the 12th so they can get their warband. I wish I could do that too. Yep. God damn it. And the Dante. What you planning?
And then Dante is just gonna go Uma.
Yeah, probably. Or the factory. Not the factory. The factory doesn't grow anymore. Factories has that max capacity already. Damn it.
But technically, Dante could probably play Zenless Zero because they're releasing an Uma character.
Oh. Yeah.
Or is it already out? I'm not sure.
The stable must
or
grow.
waiting, Siri.
The stable must grow. Hi, Ricky.
I'm still
Hi.
alright. Tile pass. Okay.
Welcome to the stream. But yeah, for me it's mostly gonna be like last week. Dave the Diver, Foundry, where I'm gonna still be stuck making the factory go, and then just Dark Tide and Helldivers. Sadly, Helldivers without Warbones, so we need to wait for the 12th. I want my Warbone already. Give me a Warbone.
I kind of need to go grind, do super cred farming.
Yeah, you have the time at least. It's next week, so you can do it this week. Cozily. Just 2000 or 2500, I don't remember. Finished updates, so I'm basically out of game to stream. Oh, god damn it. How could you do this? I'm kidding.
Hi, Sam.
So what you're saying is you're gonna have new games soon this week. Maybe. Should have done me and talk. Stop the... I don't know, to be honest.
I was having dinner, Sam.
There is no time for dinner. There's only time for democracy. Ni? Ni?
Yeah, my sleep schedule is absolutely fucked. I went to bed at like 4 a.m. and woke up at like 2 p.m.
I want more Helldivers. I want more for Helldivers. It's gonna take a while though. For a bigger update, I'm guessing. Though technically, I think last time we had a a big warbond, the legendary warbond was Halo, and at the same time we had Cyberstun being unlocked. So maybe we're getting a big update, and we lost Nigel. God damn it, Nigel. Rip Nigel. But yeah, I'm just hoping we get something soon, because it doesn't it doesn't feel bad currently playing Helldivers. I'm having fun. I'm enjoying the fighting the bots mostly. The bugs depends. The spore bugs are very I wouldn't say annoying. They just have something that feels off about the respawn time. Like it feels like they spawn constantly and you're never out of enemies to shoot, except when suddenly, and I did manage to do that, you manage to pull off from the rest of the squad and you just sneak. If you do manage to sneak, you can sometimes manage to have a moment of peace where there's no bugs, even against the spore. Issue is, when you're in combat, it's very hard to manage to pull off from the wave of enemies that continue spawning. As for the bots, I feel like the number is good. Like the number of enemies in the different areas is relatively balanced. Same for the basic bugs, not the spore bugs, just the basic ones. For some reason, they also have a normal numbers of enemies. Even sometimes they feel like they're lacking in numbers. I think for the spore bugs, the best mission we had was the simple freaking defense mission where you need to protect the 8 rockets taking off. For some reason, that was relatively balanced, but still kind of slow because that mission is very slow with the bugs. Your friends are pretty quiet. No, it's because Nigel crashed. Nigel timed out. Done with cleaning, bathroom, 32 degrees. In my room, outside 39. I think I'm gonna be close for the outside. The inside might be like more in the 28s currently. Wow. Thank you for being cute. Yeah. Thank you for being cute. What are they laughing about? I'm back, just at First Island. Yeah. Poof now. Heads feel heavy. Okay. See. Take care. Stay wonderful and adorable. Thank you for joining. Yes, you are. That. Yeah, that. Yeah. Blame Nigel for that. What? Yeah, me. I'm not into cannibalisms. Welcome back,
I have
Nigel.
a quick question.
You can ask,
Well,
yes?
not a quick question.
How quick
Can
is
you
it?
grab the ears real quick? Can you pause it? It's grabbable, but not possible.
It's
Okay.
possible.
No, you can pause it. Yep. Okay, that's a fix. Thank you, Dante.
Are they too muted? Are we muted?
I'm pretty sure I said it.
Nigel is not muted on my side. I can confirm. My audio is working for once. Very simple test.
God
Test,
damn it,
test, 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 test. I can see mouth moving, but can't hear things. Yes, that's just normal. It's just Nigel loves to chat alone in their world, and with to mute with them. But yeah, no. Update for Helldivers are... Ah, there we go. I got what I wanted. I even got a tiger version of it. Tiger huge version of it. I got the missing ID.
Okay.
Fish.
Wait, I
Hug.
know my problem. Just need to reset the software. I'm not gonna hear anything for a bit.
There we go. That's the thing I wanted to catch, and I did manage to catch it in a way where it's not just a simple version of it. And it's a huge. Triple frog burger. I'm not sure if it's triple or four frog. How much frog is that? How much frog is there in my frog? Maybe 4, I would say. Kinda hard to tell. It's beautiful. There we go, voices.
Thank you, Sam.
Did you know you could go and subscribe to Nigel, be it with your Prime or with actual like just payments, you know, and it will support the Nigel, and the Nigel will be happy because Nigel more money, and more money more Nigel.
SMH. SMH.
Finish tech support. But yes, we will be able to switch area if we want to go fish somewhere else, because I did catch what I wanted. I think after next levy we might go fish starting island. I might fish in the fresh water over there. Or Luxian Dunes, I'm not sure, one or the other, or both. We'll see.
Let's fish in the volcano.
Oh yeah, I could get a better cube, that's true, if we go fish in the volcano. I do think everyone here has access to volcano.
Instead of fishing, we can play Ecliptica. Kidding, no.
You mean the game that's in playtest and is gonna be completely deleted save when it comes out?
Yeah.
Yeah, nah.
Honestly, my goal for playing that is getting 1 clear.
Yeah, well, you'll get your clear when the game comes out.
1 clear because
for
just
sure.
in case it has like
it's beta test thingy.
For it.
Yes, I think the best you'll get is probably you done the beta. Congratulations. Hina, hi Shina.
Hina, cute bonoy.
Congrats, Sasha. Most people got blepped at the last boss, but 1 person finished it. Well, I mean, that still counts as a clear, right? It's a co-op game, so... It was a competitive game, sure, but it's not a competitive game, it's a... should be a co-op game. Is it too sunny outside? It feels weird losing saturation. I think it's because this world is still buggy. It's raining, technically, currently. So, as you can see, they're completely dark. And for them, I'm completely dark. Technically, there's one bin that can make it so it's a flashbang instead. No, it's the usual bug with this world with the lighting. It's not a good world. Oh man, TRL. They sent me. They meant TRL. Just Siri, go into your Siri, go into your world settings and just turn on make the saturation lower or higher. What was the problem? Losing saturation? Yeah, you just need to up the saturation in your world settings. IRL. Sometimes I fucking wish I could. I had a fucking idiot thought once because I was at my desk and I wanted to look at the temperature in my room from my desk. I was like, wouldn't it be fucking amazing if I had the camera from Vrchat and I could just fly my camera to the thermometer and see the temperature while not having to stand up from my desk? Yes, I know, that is absolutely the most lazy stupid thing I could ask for, but yeah. Hi, Bless.
It'd be funny though.
No, I did just stand up from my desk and gone to look, but yeah.
But there is one thing I do need to fix still though.
Mm.
So on the backlight,
The
not
black
backlight,
light? Yeah, which one? ST or
the
the
backlight.
Nya? On the
The
backlight.
backlight on this avatar that says work on the ears for some reason.
Oh, it's because you haven't set up the thing on the.
But I don't often use backlight, so yeah,
Yeah.
that's fine.
Fix this. How do you do your full body calibration? On arm span or height? Rod is asking.
Uh, height. It's based on height. I pretty much like 1-to-1 VA.
Yeah, no,
My
that
my
does
arrow
make
height during the
sense,
settings.
Sam. Yeah, does make sense. Hi, Biffy.
Arm span only if I'm just on desktop. Brody, thank you for follow.
I'm glad Sam answered for you.
Huh? What?
Just look at your chat. Backlight. Is where I have it. Never fixed it. Probably because the air changed from Shinano to.
No. I don't do that pose.
Not rat me out. That wasn't snitching. That's actually what they do. I know. Like, definitely.
Backlight, that reminds me of fix. Just so you know, Rodit, this is not full Mayo. It's only Mayo ears.
Yeah, they just bought the Mayo ears and
Mayo
they
ears.
kept their usual body. They were tired of
I kept
the Mayo. They were tired of the Mayo. Definitely. You cut off the ears.
Surgically implanted Mayo ears to mine.
Can't believe you cut off ears. That poor Mayo without ears.
For Mayo, I'm still on height. Mayo is still height for me. In terms of like VRC settings.
I don't know how they do it anyway, but I have to look too if I want to grab the ears. I'm sure it's just based on hand movements for the animation.
No, no. For me, all the ear-based animation that's locked into the hands, I'm not keeping that. I'm keeping the passive animation where it just twitches.
Oh yeah, twitches.
It's crazy. I don't know how to fix the Mario. For Mayo, it's literally just locked into the your tracker settings for me. The next option for you to fix that is to scale the bones in a way where it's similar to your to your actual body.
Blender fix. Imagine fixing avatar. Imagine all the people. Huge permits.
This is so when you get new outfit. Most of my outfits are done in Unity.
Yeah, same.
Plus, it's most of my avatars I've been recently being uploaded are all single outfits.
Same. What is it, Richie?
Yeah, you slam it on, but if you adjust the bone symbol, you can snap. And on error, some can. There are some you can. You just have a different rule for it.
It's a gender bender, Dante, can't believe. Just slam it on it, but if you just abandon consentment. Oh yeah. That's why I don't adjust the bones. I think you technically doesn't modular avatar fixes it too if you have it like the not the shape but the transform changed and you press on the buttons to fix
tried
that.
it myself. I'll do experiment.
Because I think on one
Maybe
of
experiment
the
on it.
yeah one of the thing from the modular avatar is you can just reset the outfit to make it fit, and it should also fit the change in transform from the different bones. Sleep well, Richie.
Frog. I'm gonna try that, like morph the bones on the initial base and put on a different outfit on it, just to see.
Yeah. Oh, my frog is on the side. It's like, what? Where did my frog go? My triple frog. Quadruple frog. My weird thing.
Remember, Shocky's cute. It must be squished.
Oh, there. No, you both. Squish the neck, yeah. Yeah.
You know what? You know what we can all agree on? Follow Bits on Twitter.
Yeah, I follow Bits on Twitter. They post Bit Score. It's amazing types of content I do recommend. And don't follow me. Do follow them on Twitter. They love having more followers. Definitely. Believe me. Yeah, yep. Ah, there you go. I got the normal version. We can count the number of frogs. Everyone, count with me. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, it's multiple frogs stacked with each other. It's 4 frogs. That's the secret fish from this area. I did guess right that there was one here. I hadn't found it before.
Another one.
Another one.
Another one.
Like, before I even tried to come here and fish a bunch to catch it without knowing it existed, we did go and check in the wiki to see what people had found, because I wanted to know where I caught Pedro, and as I thought it was in the freshwater of Coconut Bay. So if people want an actual banana, they just go fish on the starting island and yeah. And you might get a banana. A literal banana. Banana.
Banana boat.
Always follow Bits. And we have 30 minutes before the next levy. More parts.
Hi, Blacklight.
Hi, Blacklight. Shasha is back.
No, bits don't explode. Exploding is illegal.
When you pull out your pet and it's full. Pain.
When I say I want it that way. What the heck? Why did my standing calibration trigger?
We need to recalibrate the Nigel.
No, because the application likes to do calibration by pressing buttons multiple times in a row.
Oh. Curious about one thing. For the quest for the trash, do you just need to catch it or do you need to bring it? Ah, you just need to catch them. For Grimby. Well, if I just need to catch them, I don't need to keep them, right? Logically speaking. It's a perfect quest to have just in case, you know. Be fun. Oh, that's good.
Kitty Shasha.
Wow. I showed you my explosion, now it's wants money for the... Wow. Wow.
Yes, existing.
Existing is
You're
important.
existing very cutely.
Yeah.
You're cutely existing.
They're doing the existential existing.
Nah. Assault. Assault. Defend me, Shocky. Shocky has ice cream.
I don't have
Ice
ice cream. They have ice cream. And the cute Mayo is eating the ice cream.
Unlimited ice cream.
Yeah, and if you do this...
Am I passable at the Mayo Monday? This is after passable for Mayo Monday.
It's not a
It's
Mayo.
Airi Mayo.
It's not a Mayo.
It's not full. Okay. Only full Mayo.
Only full Mayo for the full Mayo post. It's not Mayo ketchup, it's just Mayo. Talking about that, I should also probably switch to Mayo. And we go back to the Lilia Mare. Mayo. can be the unpasta mayo if you want. Oh yeah, they can be the unpasta. They're not red enough though.
Could be the impasta.
I did the post yesterday, last week, even though I forgot to post it on Monday, but I did post it the next day, which was very funny because it worked well with both of you being crying on the picture.
Whose turn is it? My turn?
I think. Let's. You're such a wood bug. Ich. I don't remember who does it when, because we never, like, we did think about Nordar, but yeah.
I'm
it's
taking
just...
one just in case. Like, just in case.
Yeah. We can just look at who posted 2 weeks ago, and it shouldn't be that person.
Yeah. Say cheese. Say mayo.
Mayo. We all good? I think we're all good.
Wait, Dante's gonna take a picture just in case. I only took mine just in case.
Maybe it was a bad idea for my back. The stupid pose.
After stream Shocky.
Fall in pieces in my bed.
There's a whole bunch of cracks.
Hi, Ozzy. Do we think post pick now or tomorrow? Yes, chat. Now or tomorrow? For Blesk picture. Ish.
Fish. You know what they say?
Ish.
Fish.
Ish. Ish.
You know what?
Ish.
Ow. I hit my wall.
Hug your wall,
I hit
yes.
my wall. Yes, I was definitely trying to hug Shocky. But my came in the way. Squish, 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 squish. Happy, sad Shocky. Happy Shocky.
Silly Mayos. Please consider me, myself, and I has made an anonymous decision that I'll post it now because I'm excited. Hey yo. Hi Timmy.
Security cancel all of myself and I as unanimous decision. I'll post it now because I am excited.
I can't open Twitter currently, so I won't see it for a while, but yes.
Frames.
Whisk.
Whip.
Is it loaded with high caliber rounds?
Maybe.
The water pistol that goes pom pom. Wow, 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 wow. I'm definitely not hitting one of the camera with my rod.
Oh, that's my fish.
Fish, fish, fish,
Fish.
fish.
Repost a fish. Repost a fishy.
Fish.
You know what? Fish fox. I
Ashi?
mean, not Ashi. I mean, Ashi. I mean, fish fox.
Where's Ashi? I didn't see Ashi. I miss Ashi. I miss the fish folk. They're adorable. You should all go check them out. They definitely do stream, yeah, believe me. Yep.
Totally, definitely.
Yep. Look at how much they stream. They even have definitely the name of a. Well, no, they do have the name of a game on their last played game. Yep. Meaning that if they have a category set, it means that they did stream recently. Yeah. Yep. Definitely how it works. Believe me. Yep. She's somewhere. She's not here. She hates us. I'm kidding. She's probably just busy.
We can. Or either that, or she's just going.
Somewhere in the distance. Yeah. If. Wow. Yeah. Isn't it? Wow. The Ashi stream is amazing. I do recommend catching them. Yeah.
You got like 25 minutes? No, 15. Less like 15 minutes. Might as well
Yeah.
grab the food, honestly.
15 minutes.
On your... Let's enjoy the food, Sasha.
Yeah, enjoy the normies. It is way too fucking hot in here. I don't even know if I'm gonna manage more than just the first levy before I switch to desktop. If I switch to desktop, we'll see.
Toasted.
I am of the toasted. Where is my sitting
I'm not
area?
in the fishing mode right now.
Yeah, no, we know that you're
Eventually I'll
addicted to
do endgame
Ecliptica.
fishing. No, because technically on Palpert I've been fishing a lot.
Oh,
Means a lot of fish in Palworld.
oh yeah, true. There's fishing in that too. Wow.
And I'm missing like one more pal I have to breed to get very optimized start on fishing.
Imagine people breeding their pal again. I haven't fixed the camera horizontal offset still. I think I can cheese it right. I tell it. If I remove those two, can I horizontal offset? I can vertical offset and I can horizontal. Perfect. That's why I couldn't. It's because the auto level roll doesn't. Now, if you just auto level or auto pitch, you can't use the horizontal offset. Good to know. I can myself close to the bins and change the offset again. And now we can fish. I know we weren't fishing before, right? Okay, posted.
I'm just gonna wait for the levy. I'm just gonna show you guys. Very cute, adorable goobers next to me right now. My violence, can't believe. So much of violence. No, goodbye. Goodbye, NPC. No, goodbye.
They really want to talk to you.
Yeah. Shut the fuck up.
Want to talk to you?
Oh, no. Not in the talking mood. No. Nope.
Look, they just want to talk to you. No, that's not the NPC. We can't see the NPC even if I do the max offset. Sadly. It's gone also. Can't believe you made it go away.
No. I'm happy with my company right now.
Your little company?
A very lethal company.
I haven't seen if there was any update for that game. It's been so long. I don't even know if I would want to play it, honestly. But I'm just curious to know if they kept working on it. Little company.
Goober company. The goop.
Was a fun
Funny.
game. Was a fun game to play with friends. Wow. Let's be cute. I don't know, I can't see the post because I can't look at Twitter right now.
You know what? Bless is cute. Bless is very cute.
This is adorable. Wow. But you can't really look at it because I don't have. I use Opera to see my my Twitter account. I don't have it on my. I don't have my Opera running while streaming Vrchat. It's too much. Distillwater at people from my AC. Wouldn't that break the AC? Cute Blesk. Adorable cute Blesk.
Start throwing distilled water at people from Hazy. No! Nasty.
Wow. Do we have any gaming news recently?
Yeah. I forgot to change my status.
Outside of Halo not working as well as they wanted. The new Halo. Ah.
3 miles out in the ocean.
This is
Fishing.
because down the home. But the funky tool needs to lead the condensed water somewhere, so I have a tube stick out the back and lead into a foldable bucket. Oh. Maya.
Still nasty though.
Maya.
My Mayo the who.
Mayo
Mayo
he.
the who.
Mayo ho. Mayo
Mayo
ho ho.
Mayo ha ha. Mayo e. Mayo oh. Mayo.
It's a song about Mayo.
Yep, definitely about Mayo. Yep, yep, yep. Definitely Mayo.
Okay. We are supposed to have. What was that event that's coming soon for gaming?
Gamescom?
Yeah, Gamescom. We're supposed to have Gamescom. I haven't looked at anything that's gonna get there. That's been announced at least. But yeah, we'll have to see.
Also, B, come here. Join us. Join the Mayo. Mayo gaming.
Gaming.
Mayo gaming.
Ulugate. Bam. Bam, 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 bam.
B is very great. Very comfy team.
Is
Who
wonderful.
also had their birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday. Sorry. Not again.
Happy spawning, baby.
Wow.
Welcome back, Sasha.
Yeah, welcome back, Saj.
We got the notification about the levy.
Yeah, we're gonna have this other in 2 minutes.
I think it's a good time for us to get on the boat.
Nah, we can wait for the 5-minute countdown. Not.
Fair.
Do we want the big boat or do we want the small flat back boat? That's not high above the water. We want a boat, okay. Probably spawn the Gamba boat. That's more practical.
Just need to be on a boat.
Yeah,
But
sometimes
we
it's,
can.
sometimes it's an hour before, sometimes it's an hour before, a minute after, or more. Depends if I don't know if they sync or something. Like for example, it's already 55 currently, and I haven't gotten the message yet. Should be getting the message in a second. Ah, va, va. I know which bot we're gonna use. I need to use it too because I haven't used it in a bit. We're gonna use the surfboard. No, I'm kidding. Remember? Yeah, it's 1 minute late. For some reason. I have no clue why. I'm gonna set up the boat. God. Gamba boat.
That's cute. That's so small.
I forgot this. Light horizontal offset.
Wow, 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 wow.
It's perfect camera position. Nev! Hi, Nev! Wonderful. I think I know why the issue was there. Because I need to move with my camera. I don't see shit, by the way, because as you can see, I'm on the same level as the wheel. It's gonna be fun to drive. How you doing, Nev? Wonderful, Nev.
Jockey, you're cute. Yeah.
Now you look at the Dante being adorable, just freaking cute. Just want to squish them. How's the Nev?
Hi, kitty.
Working? Oh,
Hello.
what you working on?
Hi.
Well, probably your job.
Hi.
I hope your day at work is going well. Dope. Yes, I am a dope. Hi. Hi, Odif. I don't know where I'm going. I'm sorry.
I lost my camera.
Find it. It exists somewhere. You need your camera if you want to know where you're driving, because I don't know where we're driving.
No, I mean, like, legit, I lost the grabbable camera.
Are you? Did you set it on world?
For a second. Yeah, I did reset it. I just. Oh, there's 1 more minute. That's fine. Well, less than a minute, I think. But that should be fine. That's good. I can't do the proper headbang. Oh wait, kind of. Well, Oh, tracking. We're tracking.
I don't really see where we're going. I just kind of see where we're going. And we have a. Whoa, hi kitty.
Nice hockey.
Technically, I can. Oh, it's perfect. And by perfect, I mean I just have my head popping out of the back and. That's it. I love this boat because it's flat to the water, which is nice. Compared to, sadly, like, the Galleon I love using, but the issue is just the flat. You can see it on the Shuko's boat, but it is relatively high above the water,
Thank you for the follow.
which is
Thank you.
not what I enjoy using to fish. I prefer being close to the water. Thank you for the follow. Wow, 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 wow. We are currently fishing in the ocean.
Hi.
Yeah, wabubu. Why do I get a wabubu?
Waboo.
Wabubu. Wabubu.
No.
Bum, bum,
I
bum.
dropped the fish.
Oof.
I dropped the purple skill.
At least you didn't drop the rainbow scale at this moment of the thing. I would have just thrown you out of the boat myself. Imagine someone get their first egg roll and they fail it. Sadness in my soul. Oh yeah, since I didn't mention that on stream yet, but we did finally manage to get the title, like the transporter title that you get by doing the quest for Sunleaf deliveries, where you need to pass to all Sunleaf thingies. And it was after 2 weeks of doing the quest every day, one time. After 2 weeks you get the title. Which is nice because it is relatively... For people starting now, it's probably a nice, just small title they can get relatively easily. Because you just need a boat and you can do that quest. Yes, it's gonna be a bit slow the first few days, but one of the techniques is just to either spawn on Coconut Bay, go to Crescent Isle, grab the quest, respawn, grab the thing at Crescent Isle, go to one of like Luxian Dune on Toggenwood, then respawn, go to the other one, and then finally maybe even respawn and then go to Crescent Isle, because I'm not sure if Coconut Bay might be closer to Crescent Isle than the two others. Or just put your spawn on Crescent Isle. So you spawn, you get the quest, you go from all three while getting your usual stuff. Meaning scraps and bounties. And then when you finish getting all of the things on all three islands, you just respawn and you can give the quest back. But then you need to start on Crescent Isle, your dailies then. It's not an issue. I don't know which one would be faster, honestly, on between Coconut Bay and... I think Coconut Bay is easier to start for the scrap, because it's a small island, so... When you spawn at that, you can just jump down to one side of the island and then go around, because most of the things... No, I think all of the scraps are on the border of the starting island. While Crescent Isle is a bit more annoying to start on one end. Because the best method, I think, for me would be to either start at the dock, which is technically, yeah, it's technically doable, but issue is there's a bunch of things in between your spawn and the dock where there's scrap already. But yeah, spawn at the dock or start at the mage, like the wizard. On the wizard side, there's one spawn, kind of, not too far. And then you just go under the mountain, grab that one potential scrap there, then go back out, end up on the dock, then go back up directly, go in the middle of the city, grab all of the scrap in there, and then you just finish on the area where there's the statue currently. And you jump off and then you go to the next island.
Oh, yellow.
That was my usual run. I have 2 more scrap metal, can possibly get level 7 to 8 now. Congratulations. Technically now, without fishing, you could easily level up if you wanted to. Hello.
Hey, Moon.
Because if you go and do the Sunleaf delivery quest, you get 2000 EXP for doing that quest. And it's a daily quest. The thing is, you would need to move through all islands at least once, which it's kind of a lot of work for that. But yeah. Hi, Moon. We have a fluffy moon. Hmm? What? Oh, it's about to die. I think we need one more for it to be in the dead zone. Because it should show up like just like if you had like this. It needs to show this. So basically it needs on the health bar the Leviathan. When it gets to 0, instead of being at 0, they made it so that the bar goes back up slightly. I have the rainbow, but I guess well, someone already caught the rainbow.
Stunned stuff a little bit, but
And now
Hey, don't nom cats. You can't nom a cat like that.
And now I'm gonna respawn and go fish at Crescent Isle. Crescent Isle.
Yes.
Coconut Bay. Like promised. I need to catch another Pedro. I have a surfboard, it's fine. Yeah. Like if you want to do it, can we see the island? Yes, we can see. It's the big island with the mountain. The dude that lets you sell your fish there gives you a quest where you just need to go to all 3 other fish seller and talk to them, give them thing like a bit of text you can skip through, and then you just go back to Crescent Isle and then you get 2000 EXP in total and a bunch of cash. But yeah, I'm gonna respawn, I'm gonna go to Coconut Bay and we're gonna fish on the starting island as planned.
Not
nothing.
this a giant.
What's wrong with my camera? Oh, it's just on my end. I have a weird effect on the camera. There we go. It's weird effect that wasn't visible on stream but was visible on my camera. I was kind of confused. And now we're gonna eat all of people that are left on the boat because I want to have my boat in the water here. Just simply for the fact that it's nicer to have the boat here.
Spawns the bolt there.
Yeah, I want my boat like that, you see, I can just be there and we can have a comfy fishing zone. in the middle of the pond.
I love how the audio cuts because of this world.
You can literally see the silhouette though.
Yeah, bro. Would have worked better if you were actually.
Wah, and now we fish.
Wish.
Hey, at least I can do for it just to cut out again.
Can't believe people wanted to join Nigel's stream because it was 18 plus.
In most cases, it should be because you know.
Yeah, I mean,
There's a consensus.
for me, it's not 18 plus in the sense that I show loot stuff. It's in the sense that I prefer if there's no kid in my chat. Simple as that.
No squeakers.
Well, I wouldn't
No
call them squeakers. It's just I don't want people that don't necessarily know the concept of consequences. And yeah. Wah, wah, wah.
So, let me spawn my capybara right there.
Because honestly, like, as long as you act like an adult, like you act mature and all, and you want to be in chat, I'm fine with it. But if you act like a kid, I'm just gonna kick you from my chat. I'm not gonna put the 18 plus tag because I don't talk about 18 plus stuff on my stream, and I don't do loot dancing like sadly the majority of the top of Vrchat category. But
Taki is not a Wiggle streamer.
Yeah.
He's a Goober streamer.
I'm just goob.
Shaki is indeed goob.
But yeah, no, I just don't want people acting weird in chat.
Shaki is goob maxing goob.
Yes, all of the goob maxing. Don't see everyone on the camera. Wow. Now we see everyone. Even though it's very wide
Where's the
angle.
tiger?
We have a cute tiger in chat.
Big cat.
Big cat, yes.
Look at that big cat over there.
But look, Chucky
Anything
dancing to Squish. What? What is that sentence, Kazi? I am confused by that sentence.
I think the tiger's brain not working. Head empty.
Kitty, I thank you for gifting us a book, Kazi. You goob. Meow. Cat, yes. Know the difference. Yes, I know the difference. You're a cat because obviously... One second, where is it? Obviously, this is a tiger. Like, look at this. This is a tiger. This has stripes, you know. It looks like a tiger, definitely. So it is a tiger.
I believe.
You're a cat.
Also, before we forget.
Yes.
Before we forget, you know. You gotta make sure we have to squish the tiger.
Yeah, squish the tiger. I squish the Kazi too. Not just the tiger. Squish the Kazi.
You gotta scream at the tiger, you know? You gotta shout at the tiger.
That tank emote still keeps getting me. Yeah, same.
It's a little diglet.
Hey, welcome back.
It's a
Chucky,
shinana
it's not a predator fish.
Now
The
we know
frog?
diglet.
Yeah, the Kazi is not a predator fish, that's true. Ashi is one. They're a piranha, I'm pretty sure.
Tastes like chicken.
Ashi is a piranha.
No,
They
just
bite.
fish box. It's fish box.
Oi. Oh, it was you doing the Oi song.
Yeah. Casey is an apex predator, an apex fish.
What the fuck was it? That was not Oi, that was a pig. What else can you do?
Wow.
I just
Fuck.
realized how much
Ah, that's a tiger.
how much this outfit shows off your legs quite a bit.
I knew they were a
Like
fish.
There's Cassie.
Vadia's just shown us a huge shark
Bruh.
with the tiger modifier on it. That's definitely Cassie, yeah.
Yep.
Do I have another tiger thingy? Oh.
We all know Cassie is a very cute tiger at the end of the day.
Oh, there you go. There's a. Never mind. My tiger frog went into the water.
Oh.
Oh, look at that cute roar. Adorable. Very squishy.
What?
Hmm?
Okay.
What?
I had the fishing thing pop up, but it actually catch anything?
Huh? Are we having... No, I do have something. I was about to say, are we having a bug where it's not like lagging out and not catching things? But no, I did catch something, so... And you're catching things again, so...
I think it's my brother's laid on the side ground or something.
This is a tiger. Look, it's a tiger, tiny
It's a small
Goliath tiger fish. Double amount of tiger in the tiger. So, this is tiger. Yes, he's a cat. Definitely.
I find it funny
Oof.
that you were able to fish that one out specifically.
Yeah. It's the double roar, you see? Or maybe that's what Kazi is. If they are doing double roar. They're definitely a
Maybe.
tiger, tiny Goliath tiger fish. Denied. Yee, you got a rainbow one. Nice.
I am reaching my comf mode.
Yeah, same. Wow.
I am reaching my comf mode that I am going to squish the Shocky.
How dare the dare the dare. Do, 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 do. Kind of sad that we don't get the pools anymore in here. Like in inland. I would love to have a strange world pool
Have
here.
they changed it?
Yeah, have you ever seen one recently?
No.
Why were those removed anyway? Because they're then I guess.
They were buggy sometimes, and all of the school of fish weren't working because augmenting the chance of catching a fish that can't spawn in an area doesn't do anything. So, for example, the school of Mahi Mahi here would be useless completely. Oh yeah. But the other rift would have been nice to keep. I guess there was a bit more coding that would have been required to manage to make it work. So they kind of gave up on that idea and just went back to normal setup where it's just in the open sea. And you can get it on the Leviathan area, which is nice too.
At least.
I remember when those fish go gets then used to not work at all. Way back.
Yeah. They did fix a lot of things. I hope they will fix the things that are bugged out currently. Because while I like the overboard, I would prefer the surfboard to be a surfboard. For stupid reason like wanting to put a swimming pool on it. Like that you can run around super fast and when you stop you just drop the swimming pool and then you're fishing from a swimming pool. Isn't that beautiful? Or just under a tree with a small campfire next to you. Yep. A very important reason of wanting that to be fixed.
Yes, Katie.
I'm just looking at the print.
Yeah.
More Steves. Steve.
Steve.
Cafe? It is true that it's gonna be time for coffee. I should be taking a break, that's true. Coffee, ice cream and stuff.
I'm quite comf right now, but I don't want to be too comf that I will be falling asleep. I just I need to stimulate my brain.
3.5 million to go.
Yeah, it's pricey.
So Nigel's
I
main.
need not smelly. I took a bath before started stream. Fuck you.
No, you took a diglet.
Diglett.
What?
Yeah, you took a diglet.
I took a bath.
Yeah. That's what I mean. You took a diglet.
I don't know. Yeah, eat the bath.
Diglet is as confused as you.
I...
Ah. I'm gonna probably go get my ice cream in 6 minutes, just to make it at 30 exactly.
Yo, is that the outfit that you won?
Yeah, it is.
Hell yeah.
It is the outfit I won from Blacklight's raffle.
Dude, you're still fucking lucky that like going against us.
I don't know how many
entries. Yeah, we had way more.
Yeah,
and
I only
you
submitted
won.
one.
Yeah, you had like the luck. You were like the luckiest motherfucker ever.
I think I entered for Pops giveaway, but was mostly because I wanted to share the giveaway. I don't think I won though.
Damn.
Yeah, 1 out of 15. Gosh. Only one with a subscription.
Still, you won fair and fair. You still won it fair. But like, holy shit, what fucking luck can you have?
One of the.
And plus,
Yeah,
Miami
1 out of
always.
50.
Yeah, and plus Miami always bitches about me not having a swimsuit. So I was like, let me try and see if I can win.
I yanked it from you. Sorry.
It's fine.
No,
There's
no, you
plenty of
didn't.
others.
I'm still gonna buy it anyway when it's my birthday. So
Oh yeah.
Fair. Fair.
plus $6 is nothing. That's like cheap.
Yeah, it is relatively cheap. The outfit from Yarn.
Yeah. One thing for sure, doing a Vrchat avatar is way easier now than it was a long time ago when we were on SDK2.
Oh, even SDK one.
Yeah.
In terms of outfit talking buddy, what's this? I was work back.
Although I did try when I did my Maya with the chicken outfit, but it didn't work.
This
Meow.
Dante raided me.
Eee.
Hi Raiders from Dante's chat.
Can't
From
believe
everyone
Dante's
not in my chat earlier.
sending. Wow. There's Stinky.
Hi Luna.
You got a
What do you mean
few.
needs more glitter?
Oh, it's Sasha.
I'm pretty sure I added more glitter
Yo,
to
the
this
cool
already.
kid. What's up, cool kid?
Yeah, it needs more
Yeah.
glitter. You're not glittering enough, you know, you see. It needs to have so much glitter that it's falling off from your hair.
How you doing, Sasha? It's been a while.
That's the idea. Just grab the new prefab, you know, the one for swearing, and then you modify it to make it fall glitters. And you just set it on your hair.
this sweat is just glitter. Make a redeem 10% more glitter.
Meow.
But there's a decent amount of glitter already. It's just not being shown well. I might have to make it a little bit.
You know, here, try catch me.
10% more glitter. Add it to the OSC, just ups the glitter amount.
Yep. To a point where at some point
Oh my
it's
God, I
just
don't know how to set
only glitter.
Speaking of being sweaty,
What?
yeah. KDA is working up a sweat right now, fishing.
Huh.
Wait, is there ground where you are?
Why am I hovering? Wait,
This is creepy when you look close. What do you mean? What's creepy? The glitter? Yeah, it's wolf prints. It's wolf. There's like wolf paw prints on it. Grab your camera. Bring out your camera, Patty. Move it closer to my hair. What's up, Dante?
I am also going to go take my break for ice cream because it's... I don't know how much it is outside, but it's probably going to be too much. Wait. Oh, yeah?
KDI, is there a reason, KDI, why I can swim without dying?
If you try to stay relatively, like, perfectly plain to the water, I think you can walk your way through.
Oh, I went over there. I tried the bigger sea, or like the thing over
Adorable
there,
Dante.
just to try, and it,
You're hopping off?
they only started,
Indeed, very adorable.
they only started out in the open.
Hi,
Ah, okay.
Smashy.
Huh.
Hi.
Something new I've learned.
Well, if you go underwater, you're gonna drown probably, but yeah.
Anyway, I hope you're doing alright, Sasha.
I John just got your buzz to Luna.
Gonna say hi to
What?
some fun. You do
Was
have
it
a
wrong?
fun time.
Doggo. Hey, Daddy.
Thank you for joining us. Yeah, I'm probably going to try and last the longer possible because I do feel like with those streams where I switch to desktop, I kind of like in Vrchat content. So I'm gonna try, but we'll see. You have a good time.
No, you're not.
Wait, Luna, no, don't steal my base.
All your base are belong to us.
No,
Yes.
Luna's gonna take my base.
Hey, Shoki, can you tell Shimachi their smelly cow?
Joink. No.
I didn't need to do it. You did it.
Honestly, wait, Luna.
Oh,
You guys
well,
could
Shimachi, you're smelly.
take it.
Though I think you should do that to Nigel because they're in Nigel's chat.
Box himself, and you guys just put box on top of it.
Oh, because that's your chat up.
Yeah, they're in Nigel's chat specifically.
Okay, you both are smelly then.
But
I'm
yes,
not smelly.
I am going to be right back. This cutie is gonna keep
Okay.
on fishing or being adorable. And yeah. We'll be back in 15
And
minutes.
believe.
Or hey, Nigel could take blah, 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 blah.
Indeed.
Yeah,
I can't
blah,
even speak.
blah, blah, blah.
I was gonna say you could take over Shoki's stream while they're AFK. Now you can be on
Nah,
2 places.
I'm not gonna
No,
do that
Shoki's
group plus
shag.
and stunt. I'm not doing that.
Shack is gonna bully me.
That
Shoki's
too.
chat's gonna bully me.
But mostly I'm not gonna keep my stream open on a group plus instance. I trust all of you, but if someone joins that I don't trust start doing something stupid, I can't really stop it outside of running upstairs
Oh, yeah,
and
true.
stop my stream.
It'll
So,
be
yeah.
way too late at that point.
Yeah,
So
true,
instead,
true.
we are just gonna do a normal break.
Luna.
Right back. Luna's adorable and cute.
Speaking of pineapples. Yes,
But yes, let's be right back. I'm just gonna flatten myself here. And I'll see you all in 15 minutes. Wow. I almost fully muted the video. 1 second. There we go, and now we can do POV. Notice that the camera is very badly positioned. Nigel cute.
Takes one to know one.
This one is overly cute and lovely. And I love her too
Comes
much.
with the model. Oh my gosh. I like those little gimmicks where you just add a little companion.
Good face. Good to see.
Let's go to her stuff finishing the action. Okay, buddy. Don't mind the like.
Good face.
Use. Let's start. I want to use it for the. Oh shit. You could, but yeah, it's just gonna be. Yeah. It's gonna be rough on stuff. Yep.
I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna stop. Cute and adorable.
Did I pass out?
You might.
Did. You did.
Bro. That fucking music in this world making me eat sleep as hell.
That's cute.
Adorable. Overly cute.
Oh, this world is way too calm. It makes me sleepy.
It is, but that's the good thing about this world is it's calm, cozy.
Yeah, I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna be comfy here.
Honestly, strengths would be better for you. Honestly.
Time to close eyes.
They're gonna close eye and my ship's gonna despawn at some point. They're gonna fly. It's gonna be great.
Huh?
Huh? No? Me despawning my boat? Nah, I would never.
Oh, it's the gold one. Yeah, black and gold should be fine. Black or gold or white, blue and camel.
I got a chocolate ice cream. Oh, that's good. I need more ice creams.
Just wanna mix and match. Fair.
So I need to fix this camera. Ice cream, yes, ice cream for ice cream. What's good?
Ice cream, you scream, we scream.
I do recommend going to get an ice cream for people who haven't. It is way too hot currently. I already ate it. Can't share it.
Yeah, be right back. I'm gonna reset my trackers.
Mortar? No, I don't have any at all. Definitely not in my fridge. We sit in the fridge. At least you won't be having too much of a hard time. Temperature-wise, that's sure. So yeah, the good temperature I'm having currently outside and inside. In my room it's around 29. Downstairs it's 27, and outside it's like more 37. It's... You're leaving? We're losing the bed, yes. They did the jump in the water technique. Disappear. And hi, Nev. At the shocky fridge. And hi, B. By the way, B. No, I'm kidding. I'm not gonna do it. I already did it too many times. Hope you're having a wonderful time, B. I'm very much lacking in topics to talk about today. It's a bit of a... I looked at the news a bit and in between, but well, outside of usual political news about wars and stuff, I don't really have much. That's been like, there's not much else. And yeah, I don't really want to talk about that on stream. Happy Monday, Shoki. Yes, a happy Monday. Happy Mayo Monday. But have you seen the Kaguya avatar? It's so cute. You should all go check out the Kaguya avatar. Out of topics. Let's talk about that outfit you're gonna buy next. B, do you know what yarn might be? No, I think I heard her say that she was thinking about maybe making a free...
Are you winning, son?
Well, free set of underwears wouldn't be an outfit I would be wearing, because that would be under the outfit, so not really helpful. But yeah, I'm looking forward to more of Yarn's creations, mostly. Hi, Cripsy. I am winning. Yes, I am. I am winning. I'm winning at fish. See? I'm getting fish. So I'm winning. How you doing, Cripsy? Sus. I can assure you there is no vents in this world. That I know of, at least. And if I read the word innocence backward, it's red rum. Yeah. I'm doing okay. Weather is way too freaking hot, but outside of that, everything's going fine. Just wishing the summer would end sooner rather than later. It's been just horrible. I can't do much. I was lucky during this weekend. The weather wasn't too hot during the night, but yeah, like we start the week and bam, 37. We have like 30 degrees. I hate it. I want my spooky month weather back. Well, the spooky month is soon. And then we can go and directly pass to Christmas after spooky month. I'm looking forward to colder weather. But yeah, it's the issue of I don't know whether it's going up without going down at all. Straight skipping November. What do you mean? Christmas is from November to December, right? And even a bit of January. Yes. It's soon, and pressure is I wish the pressure was real. At least it would mean that there's more rain if there's more pressure. Uh, wait, that's not the pressure you're talking about. Yeah, Christmas starts after the day after Halloween. Yeah, around midnight. Imagine you go outside, the people go to get their treats, and at midnight exactly, everyone starts coming out of their home, removing the Halloween decoration and putting on the Christmas decoration.
Thank you for the follow.
That would be funny. But yeah, now people complain already that it's Christmas too early. And to be fair, you go into the shop like even before Halloween, and there's already stuff about Christmas, and it's like, I know some people skip Halloween. I can understand that. But it doesn't mean that it's not way too freaking early to put Christmas in the shop.
Happy birthday, Crispy.
Yeah, happy birthday, Cripsy. What do you mean it's not a bit? Hi.
Hey.
Hi,
Ali. Thanks,
Hi, Ali. But yeah, no, I'm really wanting a new like. I want the weather to go back to normal.
To Patreon. I'm good.
Yes, go watch their Patreon, sub to them, give them all your mortal possession. Crispy.
Whatever we do, don't give your dirty plates to Crispy.
Yeah,
He'll forget about it.
and then they work on it. In the middle of presenting a new world.
Yep.
Wah. Okay, I gotta go back to you, Chuck. You have a wonderful time. Hope Unity, the Unity gods will work with you.
Bye, Crispy.
Thank you for passing by. It's always nice to see you. I need to catch you in Nerds again. And yes, I know Nerds can't be much on VR these days. I hope she'll feel better soon.
Big hugs and cuddles for Nerds.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there was one news I can talk about. I just thought about it. Well, I might have already talked about it on stream. Maybe, maybe not. I think it was during the weekend that it happened. Razer bought Stream Elements. Meaning we all need to start buying Razer stuff. No, I'm kidding. No, it just means that
For you to use Stream Elements, you just
you
have
need
to
a
go into
Razer
account.
mouse, otherwise the website doesn't work. No. No. Like, I don't know if they're planning to be overly nice about it and be like, oh yeah, no, we have a company that works, it's not gonna cost us much, we're just gonna run it as it is, and we don't care. Maybe with a few ads on the page. I don't know. Or if they're gonna go hard on we try to make it so that it makes us money, which I hope they won't go this way, because that would probably make Stream Element less interesting than
Ideal.
what it was, but we'd probably be still using it for a while, that's for sure. But we'll see. The good news is Stream Element is not down for now, and that's probably the best news best part of the news anyway, because otherwise we would need to find an alternative, which wasn't set up
Alternatives.
yet. There was thing like discussed by multiple people where they made accessible a way to download all of the things that you had set up for Stream Element. In case someone was to make another Stream Element like thingy, then you could just load the files that you've like imported from Stream Element and export them to the new alternative. So there was thing talked about, but I don't think I've seen any yet being mentioned as ready. So at least we don't have to stress about it. I do imagine people are still going to go through with trying to make an alternative, because there's always people worried that the company being bought by another might make things not as good.
Government poof.
Foxfire.
Fire in the
From a
water.
lovely bin. And yes, you should all go check out the Kaguya base on booth.pm. Kaguya base is very cute and adorable.
Squish.
I'm sadly probably not gonna grab it because I'll already have too many bases to work on, first of all. And second of all, it's just, yeah. I need to stop myself from buying bases if they look too nice, because sadly I'm only one of me, so I can't really run around with multiple bases.
I wonder why.
That too, but I'm relatively careful with that. Like, if you knew the amount of...
But, joking.
Yeah, the amount of outfit recently that I just seen was like, oh, looks amazing. Favorite, put on my wish list, never touch it again.
It's just there in the wish list.
Yeah, it's on the wish list. I'm not gonna buy it, but it's there just in case, one day I'm either rich or stupid enough to share my wish list and people decide to ruin my time with Unity work. Outside of that, I'm not gonna be buying most of the outfit. I do feel nice because some of them are variants on themes that I already have, so it's kind of useless to have them, except that they do look nice and different, but I don't have a reason to buy them, basically, at this point. So they're gonna stay there and gather dust. Oh, Dante's thinking about grabbing Kaguya? That's understandable.
Hi, Devil.
And yes, Kaguya is the base that Sylvie is using. The cute bin here. Yeah, that cute bin. Hi, Nico Kawaii. Hi, Devil. Yeah, no, I think that was the biggest news, is just that. Otherwise, Palworld is planning to pull their game on Nintendo, on the phone, like on Android, putting out a Palworld version for phone. Yeah.
Apparently, just in the works of a MMO Palworld.
Yeah.
Under by Garena?
I don't know, but yeah, they're going to make a fun version of it, which is nice. Or people who wants to play even more Palworld, Because to be fair, it is the best monster catching game out there, obviously. So yeah, having it on phone could be nice for people. Yeah. Uh, what do you mean rage bait? Nah, I would never. But yeah, no. It's something that they want to do. I don't know if it's gonna be good, honestly, because it's a fun game. Personally, I don't enjoy fun games because usually they just make my phone warm up and don't give me any advantages to just playing a game on PC. I have a way to get news. I know that there's a call it Pal World Go. Poke the bear even more. Yep. Well, they would need to check because I don't know if you can use the. I think there was Monopoly Go, which was also in the same style. So maybe you can use the Go as a title. They definitely should if they can. Honestly, like just out of spite at this point, because Nintendo spent more money on suing Palworld than they spent on the last Pokemon game, which wasn't something special either. Like it was a good game, maybe, but from what I heard, it wasn't even like there wasn't much new stuff in it, and it was same like usual full price. Yeah, that base Kyoto Kaguya is named the same as the streamer. Yeah, because it's a name. I'm sure there's plenty of people called Kaguya. What, in Japan? Maybe?
Yeah, wrong button.
I don't know. I'm very stupid.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
But yeah. Like obviously there's names that are going to go after streamers. I don't think it's because the streamer's gonna use the base. I think it's more like they decided on name and it's the same name as someone else. Hi Kaiju.
Thank you.
Spellworld Online, from what is being said. Oh yeah, no, there was a whole debate between people unhappy about the update for the new Halo Combat Evolved, and people questioning some of the things that were shown because they didn't think it was like a fair explanation of some of the issues. Ivan. Oh yeah, there's another thing we can talk about and debate about. Vrchat Twitch drops. Or as shown this.
Cool. I didn't get it because I fell asleep.
Ah,
turned off.
yeah, it was a bit too short, honestly, what they did. Like, you needed to watch Totless stream for 35 minutes. And yes, it's obviously because it's a Totless emote was just for Totless stream. But like I discussed with few friends, I do think that there's a good way of seeing it. It's to have Vrchat be able to try and make people try and go look at streams that are not Goonslop, so that the Vrchat category is not just when you look at the top of the Vrchat category on who's being the most viewed, just Goonslop. And while I don't know if it's gonna work as a method for doing this, which I don't know if that was the goal anyway, I think could have just been testing stuff. But as mentioned by someone, the Vrchat, like if they had made the Vrchat main
Stream.
channel as the drops that would also technically have worked if they just wanted to test if drops worked. You don't need anything else for that. So yeah, that's why I'm kind of assuming, well, thinking possibilities of reasons of why they did it that way. Because yes, Totless did manage to pass above one of the Boonslop streams by twice the amount of viewers for a bit. I didn't check later in the stream. I would not be surprised if they had lost most of their viewers after the 45 minutes passed, because it's Twitch drops. If you just give 45 minutes for a thing, people are not gonna stay for the entire time. I did stay for the entire time because I do want to support Totless. But outside, yeah. I did go and like fill up a form to say that I would be interested in maybe doing that, because they did also post that with their post about the thing. I'd prefer if it was a more generic drops, honestly, because I don't know if I would enjoy having, like, you know, the massive post about, oh yeah, X account is gonna do a Twitch drop for Vrchat, go watch them, and then you get 2,000 viewers in your chat that are there just for the drops. Which, yeah, no, I don't know. But if it was like, you know, more generic drops of, oh yeah, if you go watch a Vrchat stream that is affiliated, well, affiliated, not really affiliated, but has the drops, access to the drops, I would definitely love to be able to do that. Because they could probably do a Twitch drop where they just decide to say, yeah, all of those streamers can do it, and bam, you just get a bunch of streamers that have the same drops, but you can go see your favorite streamer in the list instead of more specific drops where it's related to a streamer. Which, we'll see what they will do.
Morning.
Which was filmed for that it was.
Time will tell. Time will tell.
VRC drops are meh, we already have the capability of uploading stickers and whatever. Yeah, the only issue is we have a limited amount of stickers we can upload. That's the only reason why I would see it as something interesting. But I'm not even talking about the drop, because yeah, here it was just an emote. They could make it so that it's items, but that would take more time. But yeah, that technically they could do it, like just make it so that you can have a plushie of your favorite big streamer of VRChat. And I'm sure people would be more interested by that. And also it would probably pull more viewers on those specific streams. But like I said, we'll need to see what they do in the future with it, because I have no information on why they did it that way. I am just making assumptions based on what I seen, which might be completely incorrect, and might just be them trying something and wanting to not just, like, you know, make a simple like generic thing, but wanted to also support one of the communities, one of the bigger communities of VRChat, which is also a safe for work community, so which is probably better than for VRChat brand recognition, instead of like, you know, having people go and dance lewdly on stream for drops.
Yeah, you're just gonna see like 45 minutes of what someone's wiggling just for an emote.
Yeah, that would not be good. As for people will complain about anything, no, for sure not. I did laugh when I saw the post of someone complaining about, yeah, sure, they picked the right streamer for the Twitch drop with a picture of title stream with her in a bikini bottoms showing butt while she was turned around for a second. Yeah, no, like, the moment someone does something, it's gonna be nitpicked to hell. Like, you compare that, like, you compare what Totless does to what Blue A's or some others do on Vrchat, and you come back to me and tell me which one is the lewdest. And if you're less than 18, don't go watch the Blue A's. Don't. It's not for kids. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's... I think it's more an issue for Vrchat itself. Like, yeah, I complain about it because for me it probably demotivates people from watching this category at all, because just look at the first 2 lines and it's mostly just blurred out streams, which, yeah, doesn't motivate you to go look down. They're gonna be like, yeah, if the 2 first line is that, then the rest is definitely that too, which is not true. There is plenty of other content on the platform, but it's not
Does
what...
not wiggle in butts.
Yeah, it's not what Twitch viewer base want to watch, sadly. And since Vrchat, since Twitch doesn't bonk people as much as they should, then they have literally no reason to not do that, which is sad, but true. And yes, technically it's partially the fault of the viewer base, because the viewer base did not want to just watch Goonslop. They would not have streamers feeling like they need to do Goonslop. But yeah. But yeah, no, we'll see where they go with it, because like for now we don't have any explanation on what they were planning with it. They said they wanted to test Twitch drops, so it could just be a test, simple test. And yeah. To be fair, it's probably a test that did not cost them much, because all it does is I'm pretty sure that Totless emote, this one, is something they already had drawn, so they just needed to probably verify with the artist if they could, and send the emotes to Vrchat, and Vrchat uploaded it from their server directly. Which didn't cost them much to do that setup, instead of having to make either an item or make an emote, which would have costed them probably not much, but still would have costed them. So I don't think that's the reason, but did probably make them gain time because they already had the emote ready, so don't need to wait on the artist for like 2-3 days to make an emote.
I feel like it's probably like short notice also. I feel like.
Yeah, maybe.
Considering the time.
Yeah, they did announce it like just on the day of the Twitch drop. I think it was 22 hours before the stream that I saw the thing. Maybe it was posted one day ago, like 1 day before, just as an announcement, but yeah. Until they do more Twitch drop, we will not know what their wish for this was. What surprised me is that they also also asked on the forum if I did stream other games and what kind of other games I was streaming. So I just mentioned my current schedule, which is basically the same idea as always, which is playing co-op games, playing cozy games, and sometimes factory games. I did have to mention that yes, sometimes my stream has the mature tag, but that's because some of the games in there have the mature tag by default. So you can't do without. Like Helldivers and Dark Tide are obviously mature content because they are just gore and violence. You can't do without that for those two streams. But usually my VRChat content is not tagged because I'm just cozy, chatting,
Cozy.
doing exercise when it's not hot outside like it is currently. And yeah. Wiggler Nigel, yes. Hi
I am not
Biffy.
stinky. Hi, Biffy.
What else did we have as news? Let me see. I'm cheating because
Okay.
I have a Discord channel somewhere where with friends we just drop news about stuff. I'm just using that as a just reminder of news. Because yeah, I am forgetful and I should have looked at that and made I should start doing like Yulin does where they have a list of topics to talk about. Yes. Sylvie's too cute.
Christian Sophie.
But yeah, no, I need to make like Yulin a list of topics to talk about so I can come in the stream and after I finish the usual stuff where I talk about the week for the the Monday stream. Usually I just start talking about the week so that people in chat, if that haven't seen the schedule, know kind of what's gonna happen for the week if they're interested, and they know if they don't want to skip.
I just stream.
Yeah, I'm the crazy person that does the full on schedule. Yeah, no, there wasn't many updates, news recently about different things that we did post in that channel. Like, yeah, no, then we go back to 2 weeks ago, 1 week ago, where I was talking about
commissioning a lot of parties. I know, right? Shooter?
the scammers, but yeah, the scammers a bit far back. Commissioning lots of artists. I mean, if you have the spare money to spend on that, go for it. Support the artists.
Yeah, Shooter doesn't just get commission work. Well, Shooter also does get also figures.
Kinda wish I could commission more artists. I do want to make some like some nice commissions art for me and for friends. But it's pricey. I wanted to do one for Christmas with Sylvie, but the issue is I think you doubled the price for 2 characters, so I ended up having to limit myself a bit.
Shooter, please.
They're gonna steal.
What the heck?
They're gonna steal all of the artists. No more artists available. They'll all be
No,
stuck with commission for Gods to Die.
Shooter. Literally, shut up and take my money. Moment.
Talking about artists, you should all go check out Yaoi and also Paper Talisman and who else? There's plenty of artists. There's plenty of good artists. Yeah. I can shout out the paper. Shout out the paper. Paper makes amazing emote, by the way. They also animate them, and they're very lovely being in general.
And none of the 5 is Yaoi too, so have fun commissioning him.
I think they also like Paper Talisman. I think also those 2D avatars. But I'm far from even thinking about buying one of those. It's way too freaking pricey. But yeah, they I think they do at least rigging. I'm guessing they could do the art too because they are very talented at drawing and animating GIFs emotes. So don't think the step from animating GIFs that you've drawn yourself to animating an avatar that you've drawn yourself is that far. If you have the right tools. So yeah, I need to double check, but I do think they do. Yeah. But yeah, do go check them out. I don't think I have a picture, an emote from them on my channel.
Not yet.
Yeah, no, I don't have a paper emote on my channel. Do I have a paper emote at all now that I think about it currently? Basically, do I have one channel that has a paper? I would have, well, Blue Ring does have paper emotes, but I didn't get a sub to Blue Ring in a while, so can't show them, but yes. If you go to Blue Ring's channel, they do have some emote. Otherwise, you can just go to Paper's channel and look at their emote because they made them themselves. I will give you an idea of what they make. Otherwise, there's Angels that made my Christmas art. Also very wonderful bin. I don't think they have streamed in a while though. But you can go check them out. Is it the correct Angels or did I mistype? No, I think I mistyped. That's not Angels. That's not the correct one. Panic. Do you remember the nickname of Angel on Twitch, Vind?
Not off the top of my head.
Damn it. That's not the correct Angel, by the way, chat. So let me just open my chat DM, find Angel, and just look at their link. It's they don't have their Twitch on their they don't have their Twitch on their thing. I can't believe. I'm gonna buy it now.
You numb this one, Kaiser.
No, you no.
Numb this one.
No.
Bad.
No. I'm not food.
Sure.
I would have said Siri's food, but Siri's not here. No, not Angelo. I don't even know if Angelo does arts. But no, it's not Angelo I'm thinking of. It's Angels from Koreans. Well, was mostly in Koreans community. Hi, Siri.
You have Siri? Siri's here. Hi, Siri.
Yeah, there go food.
Hi, Siri.
If I go to Angels. Oh god, my frames are going to die for a second.
No.
Give me a second.
Dying is a legal shock.
It's fine. At worst, I just end my stream because it's too hot.
Talk is toasty. Let's see. Wow. I'll hydrate.
I'm gonna buy it, Angels, I swear. Seriously. Well, there you go. I'm just gonna I'm just gonna call them out. You see, they don't want to have their name easily findable. Here you go, a link to their Twitter page. Though I will warn, it's not for like there is some not safe for work. Well, not safe
Spicy.
for work-ish art in there, so don't if you under 18.
Mhm.
Obviously, but I mean, I think it's with almost every artist I should be saying that because plenty of the artists that even I would commission have sometimes done some not safe for work art and do share them on their Twitter because it does sell. Uh, so advertising it does make more commissions, I guess. But yeah, usual warning. If you go watch for art, please be 18 plus. Is all I ask. But yeah, no. Angel did make an amazing art for me for Christmas. I kind of wish I had more money at the time. I would have spent more money to add more people on it. But yeah, with their pricing, that was not really doable. You take care. Thank you for joining. Also, do go check out the Dante. The Dante is wonderful. You should all follow them, give them subs, and give them
Give your worldly
support.
possessions. Give all your rainbow carrots for Dante to gamble more in Umuzume.
Yeah, mostly the cards. Give them all the cards.
or barrels.
They don't want
Carrots
money.
or
They
barrels
want
with different
cards. The advantage is if you give them
Yeah, the golden
cards,
carrot.
they won't have to spend money from the food to get the cards. So just give them cards.
Dante's gonna make a lot of carrot cake.
Yep. You know, you take care, Dante. Thank you for joining. They wonderful.
Dante cute.
Dante adorable, yes. It's pretty sure I don't have any other news currently that I could look at.
Outside of you being cute, yes.
License slander.
Which is already given.
I know I
Anything
can
else,
look at.
Sander?
I'm gonna choose it and I'm gonna look at Gamescom. I wanted to wait for Gamescom to happen, but I'm gonna look at Gamescom announcement. Gamescom 2026.
I'm gonna go Poofy's Hero, so
Well, hates me.
I wanna. No, I don't. No, I don't.
You take care. Thank you for joining.
Have fun with the fish.
Yeah, I'm a fish remote. So yes, what do we have for Gamescom 2026? If we can get an info about that. Games.
Baby.
2. Is it the correct one? Oh, that could be interesting. We have Stranger Than Heaven, Ace Combat 8, Persona 4 Revival, Silver Pines, The Blood of Dawnwalker, Worms WMD, which is the one that I was mentioning would be cool, because we all love Worms. Don't know if it's the 2D Worms or if it's the 3D Worms. I used to play the 3D Worms, was always funny to play. Bit buggy, but was fun. Alien Isolation 2, Dragon Ball, Xenoverse 3, Firefighting I'm starting to think that it might be an older list of games there. Is it? Program. Oh, program maybe. Gamescom indie. Maybe program. Hi, ahoy. All 3D Worms and Worm Siege was so much fun. Yeah. Gamescom Area, Nightlife, Gamescom GDQ, Cosplay Contest, Gamescom Awesome Indies, Award, Dev, Congress, Dev, TG Festival. I would love to know the schedule. I don't care about the event on site. I would like to know about the streams. Info maybe? No, that's... Exhibitor 2026 maybe? Maybe. Exhibitors. Opening nightlife, that must be it. That must be the thing I should be looking at. Where is it? Nightlife. Opening nightlife. Do they have any info? No, they have no info. So I'm guessing it's probably under the games category for this. So yeah, we stopped at Alienization, it's a Firefighting Simulator, Lumen Tale Memories of Trey, Construction Simulator Evolution, Star Seafarer the Ship Sim, Bus Simulator 2027, you know, because we all love doing bus simulation. Hi Ryan. Yeah. Nigel, thank you for the raid, you've been so surprising. I am surprised. Thank you, Bean. And welcome everyone for a continued amount of fishing. Fish. We are probably, though, I will warn, because of the heat, I might stop after the next Leviathan, because it's way too hot.
23 minutes.
Yeah, I know, 30-ish minutes before I end stream, probably. Because I don't think I'm gonna switch to desktop after this. Yeah, it's not a good idea. But yes, welcome everyone. I hope you all had a wonderful time with the Nigel and the Dante, and now you are going to have a cozy time with us. Now that both Dante and Nigel left, definitely Nigel's not behind me, squishing me. No, they're not. Hi, Nigel.
Hi.
Thank you for the read, you goob. Nauticals.
Yeah, nautical stuff. I squished them. Squish.
And hi, Ryan. How you doing, Ryan?
I go poopies.
You
have fun with your stream.
Thank you again for the read. And thank you for the company.
Mm.
Stay wonderful. And
Thank you for
hydrated.
being a goob.
And rest well, also.
Hydrated? I don't know that one.
Yeah, hydrated is relatively important, yes. Drowsy. Ryan, stay hydrated too. Yeah, drowsiness could be either that you are tired or that you also didn't drink enough water.
Water good.
Yeah. Where were we? Oh yeah, Bus Simulator. Cry Me Light. Euro Truck Simulator 2, Iceland. Waifu Tactical Force. Ormod Directive. Bless You Again. Yeah, I think it is the list of games that will be shown. Oh, I think I pressed on something by mistake. Oh wait, no, all game of Gamescom 2025. I've been lied to. It's the 2025 list. Where is my 2026 list? I was thinking that Firefighting Simulator Ignite might already be out. Well. Yeah, well, we don't know what they have currently. Well, at least I don't know what they have. Yeah, then. Well, no, you didn't drink enough. Just hydrate. Bad Ryan. I'm not food. No numbing. Out there. Otherwise, I numb back. But yeah, I hope you're doing good, Ryan. I've seen that you were streaming again. Finally, after a break. Again. When's your next stream, Ryan? You're definitely gonna start to stream in like at most 20 minutes, right? Right? Uh-huh, uh-huh. Definitely not looking for someone to raid. Nah, definitely not. But yeah, no. Was gonna be today, but then I fell asleep again. So what you're saying is you're gonna start in 20 minutes, and there's gonna be a stream today. That's perfect, Ryan. Still most of it. Aren't they? Definitely more. Get that kitty. Get them. Got to go shop and walkies and Ryan, buy a treadmill and go do your walking inside of your home. And then you can do the walkies at home while streaming. Easy fix. Definitely. Wow. Yeah, I know. Obviously, I am joking about the treadmill because it's relatively pricey to buy a treadmill, sadly. Otherwise, I might have one at home and might start doing walk stream too, like Yulin does, but yeah. I should buy a shop too and then I can shop at home while streaming. That's perfect. That's definitely perfect. Just become the shop and you stream yourself selling stuff to people. New content. It's Shop Simulator IRL edition. New concept. No one thought about that before. But yeah, no. You do need to stream, Ryan. Maybe try to do a shorter stream today since you were planning to stream. But you should be trying to stream when you're planning to stream, even if shorter stream. Otherwise, you'll be like, oh, but you know, I decided to stream today, but I also decided to stream yesterday, but I didn't stream. It's not that bad. I could just take the day off again, and then you start repeating that over and over again, and and then you take a break for a few weeks of stream. Was remodding Skyrim. Yeah, you're still having issues with your museum area. That's way too filled up with stuff, probably. Maybe if I add more stuff, it will fix. Yeah, definitely. We all know that Skyrim doesn't run as long as you don't have like more than 1,000 mods on. And when you pass above the 1,000 limits of mods, you finally have the game running properly. That's definitely it. Yeah. I was surprised to see people asking how some people can play the game without mods. Well, it's maybe because the game is relatively good, honestly. Like, it has some default, but the base game is still pretty good and you can... Like, there is a good amount of replayability with it. It's just the base game. Mods can add some more stuff, obviously, like, but still. Like, it's just like... Well, technically, no. I would be lying if I was saying that I played the Oblivion without mods, because I'm pretty sure I did grab a mod to fix something. But it was a small quality of life change, from what I remember. Magic mods. What do you mean? You can already become the most powerful man in Skyrim in 5 minutes just by doing potions and a bit of enchanting. Skyrim is unplayable without Thomas the Tank and Giant Dragon mod. I mean, yeah. Yeah. That goes without saying. Like, I didn't even mention it because it doesn't feel like a mod. It's the actual game at this point. It doesn't make sense without it. Hi. Magic kinda boring. Yeah, well, it worked for the... when the game came out, it worked relatively well as a magic design, but yeah. I guess now it's kind of... But to be fair, now that I think about it, there's not that many games that have more magic type. Like, yeah, there is no massive attack in the spells. Like, you don't get a summon meteor or stuff like that with the spells. Mostly just basic stuff like, flamethrower, ice thrower, the fireball, ice balls, and then the other things like make someone mad. I think the best Elder Scroll for magic was definitely Morrowind. Morrowind, you could make the most stupid spell that you couldn't throw, by the way, because it would require way too much power, like magicka. Though there was there was glitch that lets you have infinite mana anyway, so you could technically do that in-game. But I remember mostly just using the god command just to be able to throw the stupid spell that I was making at the time. But yeah, no, Morrowind right now, I don't know if I will manage to play it. The graphics are old. Like, very old. It is... it's probably one of the better Elder Scroll game outside of the combats. Stat-wise, combat was one of the worst I ever seen. Basically, it was a mix between Dungeons and Dragons and a 3D game. Where you wouldn't... Like, if you were not good at sword play, like one-handed sword, and you tried to bonk something, if you didn't have the good stat, you would miss and do 0 damage. And then you have the small chance to not miss. You look so hippie. Did you grab something nice and cool? No? Oh. Not even a nice tea? Wow. Yes, there is mod for making it look better, but it needs way more than that. I would be happy with a Morrowind remake, right? Yeah. Mm. Wah. Do.
10 minutes.
We'll switch well, we move the boat to the water in 10 minutes. Surprised no one caught Pedro yet. We were fishing for a while, but no one caught Pedro. Hmm. There we go, we got the message. So now it's 10 minutes. There was a slight delay of an entire minute. You know, the modding community for Skyrim Morrowind was relatively amazing. I just remember having to fight the flying monster at spawn and just missing for 5 minutes and dying because I couldn't do damage. Even though physically the sword seemed to be hitting the birds, just that my stat was too low to do damage. You go walkies, enjoy the walkies, Ryan, grab the pup with you. I know you stay wonderful. God damn it, Ryan. But yeah, definitely gonna stop stream after this so that my PC can stop running OBS and stop overheating. But I'm probably not gonna be able to open my windows for like at least 2-3 more hours. Just because of the heat on the outside being worse. But yeah. They need to remake Daggerfall. No, I'm kidding. Daggerfall would be a pain to remake into an actual 3D games. Because it was one of those games where it was 3D technically, but it was so freaking massive and flat texture everywhere that if you tried to remake it into an entire game, it would just need to be multiple games. Though seeing some recent games, I think maybe it would be doable to redo Daggerfall. You might still need to make it multiple games just because of the size of the map. Or maybe you could just say, heck, we're making the entire game and just making a multiple hundreds gigabyte game. That would be doable. But still. A Daggerfall map is very massive. Yes? APT type. Oh, okay. Hit the can. They save stay hydrated. And to enjoy the garden. Love you. Chat, 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 chat.
Japan adorable.
See you later, sweetie.
4 minutes plus 1 minute.
Sorry, I may be fangirling. Oh, my sweetie. Don't mind me. Sin, thank you for resubbing. Yeah, we might need to move to the boat to the water. I think we can do that now. Whee! To the water! Needless to know that you belong here. Yeah. Ooh. It's a fucking nightmare.
Oh, hi.
Hi. He teleported people to me. Once again, I need to play with the camera just to be able to have the camera properly set, kind of properly. Because if I move left or right, it's gonna follow my hand that's not moving because animation is not working on this. Yes, we did joined by the super duper lovely, adorable, wonderful, lovable, cute Sylvie in a Kaguya avatar. My Monday can't start better. Despite the heat. But yes, we are going to end after this levy because I will be moving my boat to Tanglewood to drop off stuff. Maybe also Crescent Tide because I think I do need to drop the flying fish at Crescent Tide because I decided that every time I see those quests pop up, I'm gonna grab them all and finish them when I finish them. I'm not gonna be focusing on them because focusing on those quests is probably a bit too much work. So as you can see, there is a wonderful wind here. But yes. We do levy, we do dropping items, and then we'll end, and I'm gonna send you all to another bin.
Let's go.
I'm waiting for the levy to spawn, which should take 2 more minutes, kind of.
2 minutes.
Oh yeah, I can. No, I can't.
Damn, I woke up and I see me dropping.
What?
I said I was dropping through the water.
Oh. Yeah, I wasn't aiming for that. I just teleported my boat to the water. Everyone on the boat got teleported. I don't know if you did. You might have been too much on the edge of it. Because on this boat, which is the Gamba boat, you see this. If you're too close to this, you fall off when the boat moves. Bless you. Yeah. Gamba boat is nice. You don't cost me any money. Yes, there's a gooby
It's a
stain.
1% chance. I got it.
Gooby
And my
sin
first
is
try.
stinky.
Also 30 seconds.
Supposedly, 30 seconds. We're kind of in the middle of, I think, 3 spawns out of the 5 that can be. So that's the best position we can be currently. It's definitely going to be on the opposite side of the island, and I'm going to have to go around. But yeah. Or if we're lucky, it's behind the island, obviously. It is. Well, it was still kind of okay, position-wise. Did we lose? Ah, it was Shuko. I was about to say, did we lose Vind? Because Vind also has the white boat. But no, Vind is just there. Every time you jump down from one step of stairs, this song's playing. Don't fall off, Dante. You're not supposed to fall off. You're supposed to go downstairs. I know it's faster, but the issue is you need to be able to move after you're downstairs. You don't need to be sent to the hospital after you went downstairs.
I need to be closer.
Nah, we are in the water. I already caught one of the things from the levee. I love that they don't believe me, but Hi, Moon. Oh wait, Moon was already there and is still there, sitting in the chair. Imagine not believing the person that's been fishing this fucking event for weeks already. I will hydrate after this. I'm sorry, I'm not doing it now. Fight me. I will hydrate, don't worry. Hi, Rodif. How you doing, Rodif? Why you not here fishing with us, Rodif? I'm guessing maybe you're still coming back from work. Warm, dead. Oh, yeah, that too. That is good reasons, yes. Indeed. 2 weeks off. Hey, yo, nice. You're gonna be able to melt down inside of your bed instead of melting down at work. It's definitely a good choice. We're 50-50, meaning it has 50% health and we are at 50 minutes of the time. It's still doable. Yeah, I think someone left. Yeah. They're gonna run to another instance to try to get the thing on the other instance, I guess. Would be stupid if we do actually catch it. I know they're back. Why did they switch boat? It confused me much. Maybe not. Might not be able to do it today. Now, I mean. Because I'm not getting lucky on this stuff, I'm just getting the purples. Which is not enough to kill that thing fast. I think I should have popped up a luck potion. Would have given me more speed. We have 2 minutes to kill it. No, maybe. We might be able to do it. I think we need one more, yeah, one more damage, and then it should be in rainbow scale yeah, there we go, it's in rainbow scale area. I do think, well, I don't need it, Vin doesn't need it, I think Shuko probably doesn't need it. So yeah, if I get it, I'm gonna just juggle it.
Well, I don't know if we have the time to juggle it. You should just immediately catch it.
I might juggle it too, so that we don't have issues. There we go, someone got it.
Okay.
Tasha got it. Someone else got it too.
And Shuka.
Yeah. There we go. Now I'm gonna hydrate. Also, it's kind of. Oh wait, no wait. Yeah, we killed it through 10. I was like, it finished early. No, it didn't finish early. It finished early because we beat it. I'm gonna go hydrate. Where's my water? Water's over there.
Yeah.
But yes, we are going to move. And I'm gonna move us all to first crescent tile, I think. And then we're gonna move Tanglewood. Because I need to drop first the flying fishes, then I need to pass by Tanglewood to purify my... Well, technically we're closer to Tanglewood. I'm gonna pass by Tanglewood first. Go to Tanglewood, bless the fishes, drop the trash. Oh, no, I don't even think I need to drop the trash because I'm not sure I do need to drop trash. I think it's just bless the fishes, but yeah. Gonna stop here. I'm gonna go quickly. Pass by here, check if there's a quest. No, okay, it doesn't tell me anything. And we're gonna go bless my fishes. Then we're gonna pass by the other place, which is Crescent Tile, and we're gonna go give my flying fishes that I do have on my inventory to the person that, well, I had 7 fish, damn. 7 occult fishes. And now we're gonna move to the other island. No, we're not gonna sell. I want to have my auto pet and empty it again. I don't know where Wind is. I think I see Wind. Wind is coming back. I'm gonna wait for Wind. In the meanwhile, we are gonna camera placement. Hi. Kinda hard to tell where I'm driving here. I hope I didn't lose Wind. Yeah, Wind is just being me. Good. And we go over here, I drop my flying fishes, and then I do the end of stream properly. We all seated? Yes, we're all seated. It's perfect. Oh yeah, that's the daily reward, no daily bounties. Just a bunch of thousand that I can get for free, so might as well do them. The one I have. I'm not gonna be chasing for the one I don't have, I'm just gonna do the one I have. Up, no scrap. Where is the NPC for the fishies? Flying fishies. Because they could be anywhere. They're here. Hi. Give flying fish, new pilot's form. Quest complete, I got my 10 flying fishes, I'm happy. So now I just need to sell everything. Only 589,000, I'm sad. We're at 13 million. I still need more. But yes, thank you all for joining me. I'm sorry we are slightly shorter in time because it is getting to my head. We will have a normal stream tomorrow for Dave the Diver. It's gonna be 5 hours. I'm not gonna be shortening that, obviously. And the rest of the schedule shouldn't change either, so we'll see. Hopefully it's not too hot. Otherwise, yeah, we'll change the schedule if it's really needed, but for now, it shouldn't change more than today. You stay wonderful, you stay lovely, you stay adorable, you stay cute, you stay hydrated, mostly and most of all. And I'll catch you all tomorrow for some Dave the Diver where we're going to go fishing again. But yes, you stay wonderful. And we need to find a raid target. That's the only downside is I don't have a raid target currently. So just give me a moment so that I can find a raid target. I'm gonna send you all to someone. Just checking the different beans. I think I'm gonna send you to Space Katana. It's been a while. She's playing Peglin, which is one of those games where it is a roguelite where you use balls to break blocks. The usual funny small game. And do send her lots of love. She's a very wonderful Kato. And I'll catch you all tomorrow. Bye bye everyone. Much love.